All right, test 1 2. Make sure this is all on.
And it looks like we are back. We are so back, baby.
Yep, okay, we are back. Welcome back, everybody, to the top 32 here. We are ready to see battles go down here. We've got quite a lineup for us on the top 32 of the spring opener here. Picking things off on the left side of the bracket. You've got Avenus going against Kazuki, Darian versus Logan, Yunxing Lao versus Lee Bellardo, Ryan Billington going against Aito, Justice is going to be taking on Rudy, Osama going up against Abdul, Tristan Williams Vero going against Robert Steed, Frederick Blockus is going to be going against Andrew Yearwood, and then I'm going to pass it over to Faust to go over the other side of the bracket.
And on our other side of the bracket, we have quite the stacked lineup. We have Colin Gabriel going up against Marcel Bruzol in the first set of battles on the right side. Then we have Dalton and Raul following them up, and then Mohammed Sharif and Blake March. Dominic Kirley and Kyle Grandstaff as the following battle. Then we have Yuna Sovalina and Colin Cipollone, King Galil and Alexander Borislav, Zydrunas and Jackie Wong. And then we have Leo and Thomas wrapping out the right side of our top 32 bracket.
Definitely a lot of very exciting battles to come here. A lot of very prominent, well-known, and consistent drivers here in the top 32 today. Of course, shout out to all the sponsors you see on the screen here: DnD, Drift League, Rennspec, Firman, and SS Officially, and many others. We've got quite a lot of other partners and sponsors that we work with here. So make sure to go check them all out, and we'll be talking about them as we go. And because it was asked earlier, we listen to you guys. We've got the wall counter. The wall counter is here. It's ready to party.
Oh, and it looks like the wall counter will be pinging today.
Yeah, I believe so far we're at 9 or 10 victims already, just in qualifying alone.
And with all of the drivers seeming to have a little bit of a love-hate relationship with that last wall going into the final outside zone, it's going to be interesting to see who can make it through, as well as which of the drivers are going to be able to hold it together. Because we have had quite a few drivers with a varying driving styles. Quite a few of them have come out and thrown a lot of angle. A lot of them have come out incredibly shallow, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to hold it together. Especially the drivers that are throwing a lot of angle and having to chase a driver that is a little bit quicker, a little bit more wicked up, ready to go, and running shallower angle. It's going to be interesting to see how that throws off lines, how that all just shakes out.
Yeah, and as we get ready to bring up the first drivers very shortly here, we're still getting everything kind of settled in, getting everything ready to go for you guys. Just go over a couple of our sponsors again, as we've been hitting on them throughout the day during qualifying. We'll hit on a couple more here now. Next Level Racing, one of the companies that's been working alongside of ESDA for a while here. One of your go-to places for sim rigs. So I believe we're witnessing some practice runs here. Just getting a lay for the look. Check out the track, get a little bit of a sight going here. See what these guys can put down. Very fun track. A lot of these drivers have been enjoying it. For only getting 1 hour to practice with it ahead of time, it seems to be going pretty well for them.
Just like one of our title sponsors, a lot of these cars are incredibly gripped up today. These drivers seem to be fighting very heftily just to hold these cars back into the zone. They are putting on a show for you guys. So make sure to show support to all of the teams that showed out today and all of our sponsors that helped to make this possible. Because organizing a drift event and running it through to the end is not a very easy task, though it may seem so sometimes. These guys showing up, taking the time out of their day to actually make their appearance, even though a lot of them didn't show up. I'd like to thank everybody who did show up today for coming out, putting on a great show for you guys. I'm going to call it now. We are going to have some battles today that y'all are going to be talking about for the next few weeks.
Yes, you guys in chat, you can go ahead, head over to Vosan, head over to Grip.mods. Both of those websites you can find the ESDA 3.0 cars. It is just a newer version of the same pack, but they are all updated, ready for you guys to go pick up and drive. Go check them out and go download them. You can go check them out on our partner sites of Vosan and Gripped Up. Take them for a rip. Maybe even come to the next Open.
You show up at the next Open, you'll have to battle me. And I don't think anybody really wants that.
Heard it here first, guys. Faust quitting commentary to go drive in one ESDA Open round.
Just a happy little bowling ball rolling around the track. But from the looks of it, all drivers have completed their practice, and we are getting everybody lined up and ready to go.
Yeah, Venus should be coming to the line. We're going to be seeing Venus going against Kazuki Fugashi. Got a little bit of 180 on 80 action. So also Venus of Team Lock Talk, Kazuki driving for a rodeo drive. See what these guys can come out here and put down for us.
180 versus Supra. Who will come out on top? Got them both lined up, ready to rock. The start lights ignite. We send them through the chicane. Venus in the lead, Kazuki in the chase. Venus goes for a relatively tame flick initiation, and Kazuki just sticks it to his door the whole way through. Falling off a little bit through the switchback on 2 and 3, but Venus is a man possessed. He is just filling the zones all the way out there. Angle for days, riding those steering stops, and Kazuki fighting to stay in this battle, but he is working it as he gets on that quarter over the line. We're going to send him back to the start line and get him back to going.
As we go ahead and review the replay here, Venus out in the lead, sporting that non-livery going deal right there, but still rocking the nice little door card. Kudos to him for that. But on a very good show up in the lead there. Of course, Kazuki in the chase position there. Nothing to scoff at, nothing to write off. A couple of areas where he could have been a little bit closer, maybe got a little bit affected by his smoke in front of him there. But still keeping it in proximity through majority of the track. You know, right here going into the wall, a little bit of an issue. And he does end up having to play a little bit of catch up here, has to sacrifice some angle to do so. But he does get it right back up on Venus's door towards the end there. So we'll switch him around here. Gonna have Kazuki out in the lead now at Venus to chase. See what these guys do in the other position.
And this is one of those battles I was talking about earlier where you got angle versus speed. How can Venus hold it together in the chase?
Here we go. Kazuki out in the lead at Venus in the chase position this time around. Kazuki initiating in that A80 Supra. Very nice on that inside clip at Venus. Nothing to scoff at, though. He is staying a little bit back, possibly a little bit further back than Kazuki was in the first half of this battle as they now transition through here. And very big gap between Kazuki and Venus. So that speed factor coming into play here. Venus having a little bit of trouble to catch up here, but we'll see what the deal is between angle differences as now coming into the last zone and Venus putting it right up to the door. However, looks like coming out of angle a little bit and backing off. Definitely an interesting run from Venus there in the chase position. Have to watch this replay back here, see if maybe something happened with Kazuki out in the lead. Might have caused those issues.
And that was a very difficult battle for both drivers. Kazuki was not ready from the looks of it for all of the angle that Venus was putting out there, but Kazuki was just a little bit too quick for Venus on the lead. Just kind of pulling a gap on him the whole way and not really giving him any time to close the door. And Kazuki was able to push it up a little bit closer on that last wall to put an exclamation point on the end of the run. But we're just going to have to wait and see what the judges say.
Yeah, as we wait to see what goes on here, see what the judges have to say about that battle. Definitely a bit of a shakeup there for Venus. We might be getting ready to look at the first upset of the night here, depending on how the judges score that. The one bonus to this is that the wall counter has remained at 0, so nobody into the wall on the first battle. That's always a great start to the event. As we check out these replays here, judges are still deliberating a little bit, figuring out what they like, what they don't like out of this.
And it's an interesting line that Kazuki chose to run because it kind of set him up on the latter half of the course to be a little inside. But he still managed to work his way back out for the last 2 zones. That takes some dedication and skill.
They had Venus having to play a lot of catch up there in the later half of that run. But at the same time, there were also some issues in the first run too. We'll have to see what mistakes might even out against others. Who made more mistakes? And here we go. We've got a decision coming in. Send him left for Venus, send him right for Kazuki. And looks like it is unanimous. Venus will be taking the win.
And that one could have gone either way, really. Outside of a couple of mistakes that Kazuki was making in the lead where he wasn't fully in the zones, that could have gone incredibly wrongly for Venus. So for this,
Venus is definitely going to have to look on in the future battles of the event here as he goes into the 16, just to make sure that he doesn't end up getting lost in any kind of speed losings there. Very, very fast, some of these cars. There are some cars that are going to be on this track today that are very, very fast. And if you slow down, you're not catching up.
And with a lot of these drivers, you kind of know how they're going to drive already. So you have to commit to the line. If you're not willing to commit, you're going to get burned in the end. As we have our next battle getting ready to come to the line.
Yeah, and I believe next up it should be Darian Bass versus Logan. Of course, Logan is showing up as NA right now. But he is a real person. Logan does exist, so we'll get him ready to go here.
That all depends on if he is actually here and not just a ghost of Logan's past.
And to those of you asking in the chat about what map this is a good question, because truth be told, I don't actually know the name of this track either, but I can tell you that it is the ESDA Spring Open track. And I believe it will be available after this event is over, so stay tuned for potential of a public release. But yeah, honestly, I don't actually know what track this is based off of, so that's a really good question. You would think that we would know that.
I was just going to ask that too.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I know that this is I believe, a custom track going on here, so cool stuff.
As we send Logan through the start chicane, firing off a little bit of a slow roll on initiation as he's getting a gap pulled on him, but he's closing the door, working his way back in. There's no... And he almost straightens there on that transition, puts it into the door, and he's fighting just to stay in this battle. Pushing. They make it into the last outside zone, and he is just getting a gap pulled on him. As they come into contact with each other over the line, Will that come into play?
I think it was all right going over the line. Looked like it was right as they were crossing, so hopefully that'll be all right. But still, a couple of errors on both sides here during this run. The lead could have been a little bit better on the line in some spots. Chase car, obviously, a couple of issues on some transitions, not getting properly into the pocket. A little bit of issues on angle here, and then of course they do have that contact over the line, but not too sure if that's going to be taken into account by the judges on this one. However, run is not over yet. We still got another half of this battle to go. See what they do in the other position. We'll say that lead car looked like a very major lack of angle at some points too there. Maybe something to keep an eye on.
It did almost look like he was trying to run away from him instead of putting it on the line.
Here we go. Switch them around. We're going to have Logan out in the lead, Darian in the chase now. Making their way to the line. Here we go. And the light is on and away we go. Well, looks like maybe a little bit of sleeping at the line from Darian. Have to play a little bit of catch up on the straight here as they go ahead and initiate. Logan, very nice on that first inside clip and a very well-established gap right out of the gate. Well, looks like very much so exceeding the zone is Darian in the chase. Logan just going to keep on going. And at this point, it looks like, Logan with a major mistake there, not getting out to that outside zone and straightening a little bit as he goes for that last transition. A little bit of an over angle, and now we start to see Darian catching up a little bit, but as soon as Logan gets it back into control, he just starts taking off again. So maybe something else to talk about there between these runs is the speed difference between both of these guys.
A lot of these cars have such large speed differences in how they're carrying themselves through the course. It's going to be an interesting day, to say the least.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this run here, it's almost hard to say if Darian would be considered an active chase at this point, because that is quite the distance there. I couldn't help but feel like that's probably an inactive chase. However, Logan, though, as well, a lot of issues on his side, too.
Yeah, but still, Logan took him and put him on the school bus with how much he gapped him. That was a little bit wide of a margin. I could see it going Logan's way or going one more time, but it looks like it's going right to Logan as we get ready to send our next battle to the line. We have Yun Chang Lao and Lee Belorado coming up to the line, getting ready to send it. And Yoon was another one of those cars that was really gripped up and really quick. So it's going to be interesting to see how this battle plays out. As we get the first one, Yoon to the line and Lee coming up as well. Yoon Chin Lao leading and Lee Belorado chasing. Both of them over here in their beautiful 400Zs, just revving their heads off, making wonderful music. As the lights extinguish, we get the drivers off and going. Yoon leading, Belorado chasing. That was an amazing initiation from Yoon Chin Lao, but Belorado just kind of got lost in the smoke the whole way there and is not anywhere in this fight. Straightens out trying to catch up and is just getting pulled on. Absolutely walk. Pull out the leash and the collar. He is going for a walk. As Yoon Chin Lao throws a massive amount of angle at it, has it to correct and pull some angle out just to keep it in the zone, but makes it all the way through, just walking the dogs on Lee the whole time. going to be
quite a bit of gap there.
It's going to be very interesting to see if Lee can turn it around in the lead.
Yeah, very big gap here right out of the gate, unfortunately, for Lee in the chase position. However, now the one thing that we do have to watch out for is, of course, when you put that much of a gap on somebody out in your lead and the car that's chasing you is slower like that, well, just got to keep in mind that's probably still going to be the case in the second half of the battle. So got to be careful in the chase position now that you're switched around to not end up causing contact as a result. Got to kind of rein that car in, make sure that you stay behind the lead car.
In situations like this, the commentator's curse always strikes, so I'm just gonna stay silent until the battle's over.
Both drivers back to the line here, ready to go, just waiting on those lights to go off.
Very staggered start from Yunchin Lao as well.
We got lights are on, drivers our way. It's going to be Lee this time to lead out Yun. Initiates in, and now missing that inside clip entirely in the lead, trying to gain speed, and that is going to be major 2-tire off there. Another tire off on the second outside zone. We're going to do it again on the third, and I think it almost looked like possibly 3 tires off to result in an incomplete. We'll have to see what happens, but either way here, just messy in the lead. Oh, yeah, and almost killing the entire run right there. Unfortunately for Lee, this is not the kind of performance that you want to put down, and I think the only way that this can go at this point is in Yun's favor. Very unfortunate for Lee in the lead position there, but just not being able to hold the car together, having all sorts of issues with that.
From my own untrained eye, it looked like Lee parked it a little bit going into that last transition, causing Yunchin Lao to straighten out, but it will be interesting to see how the judges call that one.
Well, realistically, there is no way to call it other than that is what happened. I mean, it's clear as day right there on the camera. Went way too inside on that inside clip, made it out to that second to last zone, and just no momentum. Car completely wanted to stall out there. Looked like quite a bit of clutch kicking to keep the thing moving. Still no wall count. Nothing on the wall count still. But here we go. We'll slide him left for Yun or right for Lee. I have a feeling that we know which way this one's going to go. We'll see what the judges have to say. Harold goes for Yun, Ty goes for Yun, and it is a unanimous decision. All 3 judges. Yun is going to go ahead and advance on to the top 16. He face off against Ed Venus.
The battle for Yun is about to be decided.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot Logan happened.
We have Ryland and Ato going next. Ato in the chase, Ryland in the lead. And the winner of this battle will be seeing Yunchin Lao in top 16.
Yes, yeah, this will be the battle to decide who Yun goes against. I almost forgot entirely about the fact that Logan took down Darian already.
As we send them off through the start chicane. That was a bit of a slow roll start, but he is putting it out there. Eta is trying his best, not really in the fight, but he is trying to stay as in the conversation as possible. And Ryland is just pulling a gap. Eto's having to cut a lot of line, a lot of angle out of his run just to keep up with Ryland. And Ryland is just putting the car where it needs to be the whole time.
Yeah, Ryland, one of the drivers for my team, Kinetic Esports. Shout out to those guys, putting it down with an absolute killer run here in the lead position. He's been practicing, he's been putting in the work, he's making that car look good and driving it just as good as it looks. Absolutely killer out in the lead, of course, in the chase position there. We do have Aito having to make a couple of corrections, maybe losing a little bit of angle to try to play catch-up at some points. He does, however, keep the chase active, so at least it's not an inactive chase there. But we'll have to see what happens when we switch him around, put Aito out in the lead, Rylan in the chase, make these guys go at it yet again from the other side.
And it's going to be another one of those speed situations. Aito had to cut out a lot of line and a lot of angle just to be able to keep up with Rylan. Will Rylan be able to hold that car back enough to come out on top of this battle?
Here we go now, both drivers to the line, ready to go. Oh, looks like a major sleep from Aito on the lights there. I don't know if that's going to be considered a clean start. It looks like we are going to go, so unfortunately that's going to cause a big gap for Rylan, but he's not going to let that affect him much. Puts it right back on the door of Aito as they go through for this next transition. Outside zone 3, very good. Rylan putting it right on the door. No, unfortunately, contact from the chase position there. So possibly some contact caused by Rylan. We'll have to watch that one back in the replay there as they bring it around now for that last transition. Transitioning through. Rylan keeping it a little bit further back now after that first contact. Some wavering from Aito up in the lead, but they are across the line and they have finished the run. Have to watch that replay back, see what happened with the contact there. Maybe it was Rylan going in a little too fast. Maybe we see something up with the G's on Aito in the lead. Who knows, other than the replays.
And that is a difficult one to come back from. The front wheel on front wheel contact always messes up drivers. It'll rip the wheel out of your hand, make you loop. You gotta be something special to come out of that and keep going.
Looks like there is going to be a call here. Kind of surprising to not see the restart there with the light issue, but we'll see what the judges have to say. As it looks like we do have a call coming in.
And the judges were pretty quick with their decision on this one.
This is not a drone cam. Don't know what's going on.
Looks like the drone was going to make the decision for us, as the first judge, second judge, and third judge all vote for Rylan Billington moving on to the next round. Aito, thank you for showing up.
Rylan moving on to the top 16, which is very, very good to see that. We love seeing that. Unfortunately for Aito, sleeping on the line there, and it did kind of look like potentially maybe a little bit of loss of momentum there when that contact occurred, or potentially a correction of angle. Something obviously making the judges slide in the favor of Rylan, even after the restart with the lights. Very good job to him, and we'll move on to our next battle. Next up, we're going to be looking at Justice versus Rudy.
I feel like this is going to be one of the more interesting battles in top 32 because they are two of the drivers that seem relatively close in speed. The only difference being how much angle they're willing to throw down.
Well, we'll have to see exactly what happens here. We haven't seen either of them today in battles yet. We'll have to see exactly what kind of runs they're putting down. Maybe they put some strategy into effect and don't put it all out on the table.
Just from the qualifiers alone, those C6s were all riding on major angle. It's going to be interesting to see if Rudy can keep up with that. As we start it and send him through the chicane, we have Rudy in the chase. We have Justice in the lead, and Justice is just starting out with a gap, pulling on Rudy. Rudy is fighting to stay in this battle, but he is just lost in that smoke line. Cannot keep up, does not know what's going on. Straight to Gapplebee's with an all-expenses paid dinner. And he's finally back in the fight, but Justice just hanging it out there, absolutely putting it on the wall. Nothing left to chance. He is playing And Rudy just trying his best to stay in that one, but he could not keep up with what Justice had going on.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit too many mistakes in the chase there, and some of those mistakes going to cost in terms of the speed department there. Very big gap in between the two of them here. A lot of corrections coming from that chase position. Have to see what happens when we send these guys around again for the second half of this battle. Maybe we can see some differences the other way around. Maybe, for all we know, we could even see them go one more time, depending on how this goes. Hopefully, we're out in the front now, have Justice in the chase. What these guys do. Here we go, lights are on. There's a green, and away we go. Rudy out in the lead, Justice in the chase position, initiating in now. Very nice with that inside clip, and now a little bit of a gap out of the start from Rudy on Justice, but Justice is going to catch up here as they transition through to the third outside zone. A little bit of tire drop out there in the lead, but that's all right. Still managing to make it work here as the C6 sneaking its way up into that pocket there. No gap this time around. As we go through now for that last transition here out to the wall zone, and a little bit of a gap there. Looks like they do have to have a little bit of straightening in the chase position to catch back up, but he makes it stick. Gets it right back up on the door as they go across the line. And yeah, very, very good run on the second half. A little bit of tire drop stuff.
That it's going to be interesting to see how the judges call it, and from the looks of it, they have a call. If the graphic is correct,
I think we lost audio. Yeah, it seems like we're having some audio issues right now. Sorry, everybody who's watching along here. I know you guys can hear the music now.
Was that call correct? Are we sending judges made a call yet? Because it appears that
judges have made a call. It is Justice moving on to the 16th.
That was a really quick decision from the judges. It looks like Justice did enough to keep it going into the next set of battles, where we have Osama Gendi versus Abdul Al-Rakishi. Winner of this battle will be facing off against Justice in top 16.
Was it just these guys up to the line here?
Was it just me, or did Justice look like he put a little bit more grip into his car since qualifying?
Well, considering that we are now into the battles, obviously, whatever happens is what happens behind the scenes. We may never know.
But that car definitely looked... I do know that car looked a lot faster. As we're just waiting on the drivers to come to the line, once again, we want to say a big shout out to Vosan, Ripped Up Mods for both helping out and being real great supporters and sponsors for our larger than life drift organization. As we get our next battle ready to go. Drivers coming in, drivers getting ready, getting nice and toasty. E46 versus A80. Which one will be less bricked up?
So we're still just waiting on these guys to get up to the line here. And try to get them up here, get them ready to go.
Whilst we wait, you never answered the question from earlier. What is your favorite comp car to drive? Any pack, any car.
That's a pretty good question. I mean, it's kind of a hard question to answer with how many different kinds of comps there are out there. You know, there's so many different varieties to something like that. I mean, if I had to pick an overall chassis, I'd probably pick an S15 any day of the week, but obviously my personal cars are my absolute favorite. So it's kind of hard to say. Do like me a nice little SN95. That's my current competition car that I'm building. That's been a very fun thing. That was my original competition car on this game as well, about 2.5 years ago.
Those are great platform cars.
They're phenomenal. They feel so good and so stable. Here we go.
Even
now
with
we're getting
the
them up to
solid
the
axles,
line.
they still feel great.
See, that's where we change out the rear end.
Yeah, Cobra rear end is always best, but the solid axle SN95 and New Edge Mustangs feel surprisingly great for the lack of camber adjustment in the rear. And they're surprisingly gripped up.
Yeah, gripped up, just like Gripped Up Mods, one of our partner websites. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the link ready to drop it in chat, but if you type up Gripped Up into Google, you'll come right up to their website. Shout out to those guys. Thank you for becoming a partner of the ESDA series for this going season. Also, along the lines of that, another company that works alongside of us to put out our car pack and our tracks, Vosan. They've got some pretty cool stuff in the works over there. Some stuff that I can't really talk about yet, I don't believe. But coming up soon, should be some cool announcements coming out of their camp on some things they're working with. And you can go get these cars and eventually this map, not yet, but eventually this map, on both of those websites as soon as this weekend.
And on the note of Vosan, the amount of random mods, this is going to be a completely random tangent. They have such a large variety of different mods that you can get. I wound up finding myself trying to recreate the Speed Racer scenes. Mach 5, Thunderhead Raceway. It is not easy. Would recommend though.
I think that we're having some difficulty here getting our drivers to the line. I don't really know what we're running into for an error here. I know that our lead car is in the lead position as our FPV pilot. Going for a little bit of a fly around, getting some drone footage shot.
That's the belly cam right there.
Shout out to Spawn. Spawn's flying the FPV drone right now for us. So I believe we're waiting for Abdul to get up here to the line yet.
Yes, we are. Is
How's
Abdul
everybody
even
doing in the chat? I see we've got a lot of names from OGP in here and a couple of names from some other competitions that I've witnessed. What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing today? What's everybody up to? I know there's two guys in there building a big turbo GTI right now. What's everybody else up to? What are you guys doing in chat today? You just hanging out? You guys watching Drift Masters? Well, I guess it's over now. Did you guys watch Drift Masters? What do you guys got going on? Shout out Connor Shanahan, taking the win over there at Driftmasters today.
And it looks like as Abdul's finally ready to pull to the line, we might be sending the next set of battles. We got Tristan lining up in the lead, and we have Rob Stead lining up in the chase. Suppose we'll loop back around to the Abdul battle after this.
Yeah, we'll finally get a little bit of action going here. As you guys can see that are watching along, the wall count still at 0 right now. Still haven't gotten that wall count to go up at all. So these drivers are doing better than what we were seeing in qualifying so far.
As the lights extinguish, we send them through the chicane. They are side by side on that initiation. Big angle and contact as they come right through the inside clip. Chase car keeps going. Lead car has to straighten out and keep on going. They're gonna finish out the run, but the questions come in. The plot thickens. Who's going to be at fault for that contact? Was it Rob because he was coming in a little too hot, or was it Tristan because he wasn't on throttle yet? Just from my butt dyno, it looks like it was on Rob. He might have been coming in a little bit too hot just as Tristan was starting to fire him up.
I think that's pretty clear on the chase position there, unfortunately for him. Unfortunately, you gotta give leeway to the lead car when they're initiating. You can't really go up there and just tap them out of the way like that. So I think that's going to be faulted on the chase driver. But regardless of who it gets faulted on, we've still got a second half of this run to watch yet. So we'll have to see what happens there. Who knows? Maybe we'll see Tristan do some tappage. Maybe we'll see Robert do some tappage. Maybe we'll see both of these guys hit the wall and take off like an Apollo rocket. Who knows?
We might even get another Adam LZ Hero Manoa scene.
Anything is possible here.
Until the opera lady starts singing, we're going to keep going. As the drivers are lined up.
Drivers who are currently waiting for their battles that are playing poker in the pits right now. I hope you guys are having a good poker game.
And remember,
not a joke, by the way.
Always have fun when you're doing it. And that S chassis looks like it's got a little bit of a blown head gasket with all the smoke it's shooting out. But from the looks of it, he's just gonna send it, and if it blows up, it blows up.
At this point, looks like drivers are just waiting for the lights to go, and here they are. As soon as I say that, perfect. Drivers are out of the gate. Oh my God! What the? Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah. All right. I guess we're going back to the future today. I'm going to assume that's probably a restart. I'm not sure how that's going to be ruled here, but
from the looks of it, it will be a restart.
Yeah, that was interesting. Okay.
I guess he heard us talking and was like, just appear.
He must have thought that he was a throttle throwdown at Maple Grove in Pennsylvania today instead of at this track doing the ESDA Open.
Yeah.
His VPN kicked in, sent him to the track. We'll wait for him to get back to the line here and see if he does it again. I'd be curious to know what that quarter mile time was on that one.
The quarter mile time was a guess.
Quarter mile time was here, there, gone.
His quarter mile time, he started moving across the start line, and then he was just at the finish line. Looks like they're ready Re-wrecked, and we're gonna be getting ready to send them shortly.
All right, here we go. Let's try this again now. See if he holds it together this time or if he's going to just go straight. And nope, does initiate in this time. So getting a little bit of a run going here finally. And looks like the 180 in the chase position falling off a little bit there. E36 moving along very fast. Quick car around this track does drop a little bit of a tire up there in the lead, but that's all right. Chase driver now getting back into that pocket. Both of these guys transition through for the last time here, out to the wall. A little bit of an angle correction up in the... Oh.
This is going to be an interesting call for the judges. Not in small part because of that chase.
We're gonna need that counter to go up there, production guys. You gotta up that counter.
Between the incomplete in the first run and that straight and right there where he had to initiate, it's going to be interesting. This could go one more time.
As the wall counter has climbed to 1.
It claims its first victim of top 32.
Here we go. Judges are inputting their scores. 1 for Tristan, 2 for Tristan. It is unanimous, all 3 judges. Tristan gets the win.
And that one could have gone really either way because Tristan was really fighting to stay in there, but between the contact on both the lead and the chase, it's hard to come back from that.
Well, unfortunately, it could definitely not have gone either way because all 3 judges did vote one direction. And unfortunately for his competitor, Tristan advancing over Robert. So, Robert, thank you for being here. Hopefully we see you back at the next Open.
As we get Osama and Abdul Rahim finally to the line for their set of battles. Both drivers in S chassis, both drivers really wanting to hold on and make it into top 32 or top 16. So it's going to be interesting to see which of them is able to hold it together better. They fire off through that start chicane. Big Manji initiation, holding big angle from Osama. Abdul not being shaken, staying right there in the pocket, shooting out through the smoke line, just really working his way in, missing that outside zone, trying to keep proximity and just fighting the car to stay right there in the pocket. Doing the best he can, but not really matching that angle of the lead car. Lead car slowing down a lot, just trying to work it back into the zone. Might have thrown off Abdul's line. How are they going to be when they switch back positions? Will Abdul be able to put a gap on Osama, or will Osama be able to just push him around the track?
Have to see what happens when they switch them around. I am unfortunately getting stuck on a black screen for the drone cam right now, so can't really talk about what's going on without that being out of the way, but hopefully they'll fix that on the production side of things. Here we go.
And it looks like we have drivers back at the line, ready to party.
Nope, I'm already seeing some lag coming out of Osama there, so we'll see if that gets held together throughout this run. That'll now be Abdul out in front, Osama in the chase position. Sending on their way. Big flick initiation out in the lead there. Grabs that first inside clip. Osama in the chase position, needing to catch up a little bit, but starting to work his way up there. As we go through this next transition here. Very aggressive and unfortunately going to be dropping some tires over the edge of the track as Abdul Now a couple of bobbles and angles, straightening a little bit. And almost over rotating there and having to correct majorly is Abdul out in the lead. Osama having to kind of pull back a little bit to make sure he doesn't cause any kind of contact with that. And now Osama is getting very aggressive in the chase position through that last zone, not wanting to put up with how slow Abdul is in that E46.
He put that back wheel on his car and donkey kicked him across the line. And that was a good chase run out of Osama. Abdul really putting the car where he wanted it to be. Trying his best to stay in them zones, but he wasn't fully able to fill all of them, but Osama was able to stay right there on him.
Just wait for the judges to slot in their decisions here.
And it looks like the judges will be reviewing probably both runs just to make sure, because they were very comparable runs in terms of chase driving. So I feel like it might fall down on the lead. Whoever had the better lead out of the two is probably going to get the win in this.
There it is. Osama El Gendi going to be taking the win here. It is unanimous decision by all three judges on the panel. Osama going to be advancing on into the top 16.
As we get ready to send our last battle of the left side of the top 32 bracket, we have Frederick versus Andrew Yearwood. Both drivers have been doing their thing for most of practice, and it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to hold it together in battle. Frederick, one of the quicker cars that we have here.
Oh, and I'm hearing that we're actually getting a buy run here from Frederick. Unfortunately, Andrew not showing up for the 32. So it is going to be a buy run for Frederick Blockus straight into the top 16. So we'll sit back, we'll stay quiet. You guys enjoy listening to this car as he makes his way around. I actually just, since I just said that, I happened to turn up the stream audio to see if you guys could even hear the car. Turns out you cannot hear the car audio. So there was no point in staying quiet that entire run anyway.
And it's surprising. This is a surprising buy run. Andrew
there's one
came
thing
out.
that Frederick has been known to do. It's put down good runs, and he definitely showed that here. But it is very, very surprising that Andrew did not show up. Didn't put down a bad qualifying run by any means, but something must have came up that he just couldn't be here for the 32.
But hopefully, Andrew, if you are in stream, thank you for showing up for our qualifiers, and hopefully we will see you at our next Open.
And now we're just going to have to take a short little bit of a break here, I believe, so that we can get the next group of drivers in, as that does round out the entirety of the left side of the 32 bracket. So we're going to go ahead, get those guys in here, and I believe we're going to cut to a commercial break, potentially. So if that happens, be right back with you guys with more action.
We're not?
No. No, the audio isn't on yet. Oh, there we go. Now we're on. We're back.
All right.
We're ready for the second half of the 32.
And a lot of these drivers on this side of the bracket have been putting it right in the door jam. Filling the pocket out like a fat kid in a candy store.
Go ahead and just watch these drivers as they get the last little bit of their practice laps in before we start this side of the bracket. While they do this, time to light up a smoke.
Remember, kids, smoking is bad for you.
Remember, kids, smoking is really cool if you look at 1990s advertising.
That is also very true. Smoking's even cooler if you look at 1950s advertising.
Yes. Smoking is also really cool if you look at Winchester advertisements.
Or Camel Crush. You know, Camel Joe.
Oh my god, yeah, Camel Joe. What a classic. Honestly, sure by now it would have happened. Has not.
I've seen Newports, I've seen Marlboro, but I've never seen Camel on a drift car.
Can't say that I have either. But what I do put on my car now, Rocky Patel. I do enjoy me some Rocky Patel cigars.
See, I don't smoke, so I'll just have to smoke some tires instead.
Yeah, honestly, tires are a pretty fun thing to smoke, and another fun thing, don't smoke this time around, the wall. Wall count is sitting at a hefty 1 right now.
The goal is to make it out of top 32 and keep the wall counter under 5.
Honestly, kind of surprised we've made it halfway through the 32 and only got 1.
Yeah, I honestly thought a couple more would have gotten eaten.
As we sit here and just check out what kind of cars are sitting in the pits, one of the cars that stands out to me is that mint green X3 S15. Fun fact about that car, as the person who painted it, I was approached by Marcel. He said, hey, I've got this O'Reilly sticker and I want a livery on my car. Make it happen. Okay.
And now it's happened.
Now it's happened. Whole livery exists because dude had an O'Reilly sticker that he wanted on a car because he thought it'd be funny.
And it is kind of funny. Especially with the mint green on it. And it looks like we are ready for our first set of battles on the right side of the bracket. We have Colin Gabriel and Marcel Rosal. Colin with Team Vosan Co. and Marcel with Team X3. We are going to see a heater of a battle from the two of them as they wrap around and get ready to come to the line. We have Colin in the lead, Marcel in the chase. Marcel in the mint green S15, Colin in the ghosted out Mustang RTR. Both drivers staged and ready at the light. We are just waiting for the lights to go to send these drivers on their way. And the lights are out. Looked like Colin was sleeping a little bit, but he gets a big initiation. Marcel not shaken, a little bit further back, but staying in the fight. Never mind, Marcel with a big hiccup. Absolutely smokes smokes the transition, straightens out. Colin not phased at all, not paying attention to the rearview mirror, really just sticking it out there, put it on the wall in that zone, an exclamation point across the line.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see happen if you're Marcel in that chase position. Car is just... It's one of the things about the S chassis. They are very, very snappy on transition. And it looks like right here, this might be an example of Marcel losing it in that transition. Very loose cars out of the box, very hard to keep maintained in terms of your line angle and everything through those transitions. So it looks like just coming to bite him is the S chassis curse right here.
And battle is not over, so it could still go either way. But the question is, how much of a tame approach is Colin going to take when chasing Marcel? Is he going to go to stick it right on the door just like that O'Reilly sticker, or is he going to play it a little bit further back? Doing a little bit of a staggered initiation. A lot of drivers that comes back to bite. Will it work out for Colin?
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here if Colin is paying attention to what's going on around him here. Maybe he'll play it a little bit safer, try to hold back a little bit and see what occurs out in front of him. But who knows? As here we go, the lights are on, cars are away. Marcel out in the lead in that S15. Initiates in, grabbing a little bit of cone as he does so, but makes it stick. Brings it out. Very nice riding the track edge that time around, but does get very shallow in the second outside zone, now through the third. About halfway, however, in that chase position, that big RTR Mustang right there, keeping his presence known. We'll see what happens through this last transition here. And almost a little bit more angle coming out of the chase position. Oh, and there it is. Add that wall counter. We've got another hit to the wall as they do both make it across the line. So at least the wall didn't totally take another victim there, but that's going to be number 2 on the count.
The wall may not have taken his head off, but it surely did take his ankles out from underneath of him.
Unfortunately, those aren't really in the chase position here. That's going to outweigh what occurred with Marcel in the first half. So I think that we know which way this one's going to go, unfortunately, for Marcel. But who knows? Maybe there's something we missed. Maybe we couldn't see something from the angle that we were watching from. We'll see what the judges slide in.
Colin with the headlights blaring through the smoke, just absolutely sticking it on his door. Could not be shaken no matter what Marcel tried to throw at him. Whatever Marcel was putting down in the lead, Colin was following right up with in the chase. He was a shadow stuck behind him.
Here we go. The decision is coming in. We'll send him left for Colin. Send him right for Marcel. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3 going to Colin. Gabriel going to be advancing on to the top 16, taking out Marcel Razel.
And we have, from the looks of it, we have our next set of drivers already getting ready to go. They're lined up right behind the start line, just waiting to be sent out there. We have Raul and we have Dalton going next. And it looks like they're pulling up to the line, warming up their tires. Dalton in the JZX and Raul in the RTR Mustang.
Dalton to lead in the big body, the big old JZX. Of course, the Mustang, though, also not anything to call too tiny. Another very big car out on the track.
I will say this. You know what? I'll wait until after the battle. As the lights are lit and waiting for them to extinguish so we can send these drivers on their way. Well, whilst we're waiting, I will say this. The Mustangs are a very, very big-nosed car. There isn't a lot, it doesn't feel like there's a lot hanging over past the rear axle, but that nose, it's deceptively long. As we get ready to send them, they fire off through the start chicane. Raul chasing, Dalton leading. Dalton goes for a relatively tame flick. Raul kind of gets lost there a little bit on the line, not really knowing where he's supposed to be, trying to fight to get back into it, really missing all of the zones in the chase, hits that inside clip, but misses the rest of them. Not really a part of the equation here, not a part of this conversation. This is an A-B conversation, and he's looking like the C-man right now. As they wrap it around the finish line, that one was sloppy.
Yeah, definitely not the prettiest situation going on there. Have to watch that one back on the replay here. See exactly where it all kind of went wrong there. Yeah, it looks like just kind of washing out there off of the initiation point a little bit. Having to play catch up from there, transitioning a little bit early. Just not being able to put that car at angle while trying to keep up there. Well, we'll have to see what happens in the other half of this battle here. It'll be interesting to see what occurs when he's out in the lead in that RTR, and see if Dalton can hold the car back. No contact here.
Just like a good footballer, you've got two halves of battle that you've got to put out a show on. The question is, will Dalton be able to hold it together? Or will Raul pull a gap on him wide enough to make up for the margin?
Here we go. We got Raul out in the lead. Dalton in the chase position now. Let's see what Raul does out here in the lead position. Initiating in, very minimal angle, but a gap starting to form as Dalton putting on a little bit more angle in the chase there, getting left behind now. And oh, major issue in the chase position, over angling through that transition, as now Raul just taking off in the lead in that RTR. So chase position having to try to play some catch up, and again over rotating that car. So just like we said, there's always the second half of the battle here, and honestly, that might have been more air on Dalton than what we saw from Raul in the first half.
Yeah, because from the looks of Raul's first battle where he was chasing, it looked mostly like he was just trying to run low angle just to catch up. He didn't have many massive mistakes like that one right there. Over angled quite a bit. Looks like he washed out a little bit and was trying to slow himself down, and then just had to fight his way back into it playing catch up. Stalled up a little bit on that because it looked like he felt like he was going to over rotate there and just loop it, but could not really be a part of the conversation until the end of the battle.
And that's nice things about the JZX in this pack is that it does have a lot of angle into it that you can use as a crutch. We'll see what the judges have to say here as they are putting in their decision.
And it looks like the judges are still deliberating just a little bit more to make sure that they get the call right.
Definitely not an easy call to make, not in the kind of way that you would want to have a difficult decision. Obviously, both runs were not the prettiest thing that we've seen all day. So, have to make the right call here, see what goes on. Will it go to Dalton? Will it go to Raul? Or will it go one more time? Will we make these guys try to clean it up? Give us a better battle here.
But if it's got to go one more time, and you both make a mistake again, I know that there is somebody in this stream that is in either one of their ears, as it looks like the judges are going to give it to Raul.
Yeah, and I honestly had a feeling this was the way it was going to go. Unfortunately for Dalton, coming off of what could have been a really easy win in the first half of the battle there, it's having all those mistakes in the chase position, giving it up to Raul.
And Dalton was at such an advantage going into this second half of this battle. It just goes to show there is never a full-on decision until the battle is over. You could go into the lead and have your chase driver make a bigger mistake. You could have a lead where you just get punted off. You'd never know until the battle is over. As we get ready to send our next set of battles to the line, we have Blake March coming with Muhammad Sharif.
Blake March, a driver that we've seen over at Oversteer Grand Prix and at a couple of other events. Muhammad came a little bit late earlier today, and he did put down one heck of a run in the process. So better late than never from Muhammad. We'll see what he's got for Blake March. Blake March driving the S15. Muhammad, I believe, driving the A90 Supra. So
yes, he is.
Another Supra on S chassis battle, just with newer generations.
The real question will be, can they keep up with each other? Both drivers are known to be quick off the line. Both drivers are known to really fire it into that first corner. So we'll see how well they are able to hold it together, how smooth they are able to put it down.
While the logo was on the screen, just wanted to give a shout out to Drift League. Thank you to those guys for letting us use their qualifying software.
As we send the drivers through the start chicane, Blake is already so far back. Muhammad is just putting down an absolute heater of a line, and Blake is trying to play catch up the whole way. Almost comes out of angle and almost over rotates, just trying to keep up with Muhammad, who is on an absolute barn burner. That man looks like he's got oil on his tires. That was unexpected. Marchie just losing him off the line.
Yeah, Blake March, typically not one of the drivers to see going that slow. We'll take a look at the replay here, see what's going on, but it looks like, honestly, Muhammad out in the lead, just completely gripped up, flew through that start chicane like it was nobody's business, and he was just gone from there. Unfortunately for Blake March, washed out a little bit after the initiation point and then just couldn't catch up through the rest of the course. Beautiful, beautiful run for Muhammad out in the lead here.
Just gorgeous.
I like the way that Muhammad used a little bit of left foot brake to massage the car through the last outside zone without losing momentum. Honestly, even with the left foot brake, it looked like he was still gaining speed.
Muhammad was smoother than Dwayne Johnson's head.
Now, here's the fun part. Now we've got Blake March out in the lead. Muhammad just dusted him in his lead run. What's going to happen in his chase? As here we go.
Muhammad is
out in the lead. Muhammad in the chase position, initiates in. This time Blake March not washing out. Muhammad putting the super right in the pocket there behind that S15 as we transition now into the third outside zone. A little bit of a tire drop from Blake March. And oh, Muhammad with a big straighten in the back. Don't know if that'll be enough to outweigh everything in the first half of the battle here, but looks like we're going to bring it around now. Last transition. Coming out to the last outside zone, putting it all the way out to the wall. And Muhammad, a little bit of contact that looked... Oh, yeah. Muhammad across the line, hitting Blake March, sending him into the wall, looks like. I don't know if that's going to be a wall count or a Muhammad count.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Maybe a little bit of both. Yeah, who knows? Wow.
Muhammad just... It looked like off of the line. Blake was slow rolling it a little bit. Muhammad kind of had to feather it in there just to make sure he didn't pass him.
I don't know if I would call it a slow roll from Blake March. I think Muhammad just has that car so fast that he's out here drag racing. He thinks he's at Maple Grove.
He thinks he's Hassan. He was really low angle throughout most of that, but he was in the fight. He was keeping up. He was able to put it on the door.
Yeah, he did, however, have a nice little bit of a straight, and he does a little bit of contact. Oh, no, and look at this from the drone POV. It doesn't look like Muhammad actually touched him there going into the wall.
And both drivers did have the straighten in the exact same spot on the course.
See what the judges have to say here. Send him left for Muhammad, send him right for Blake March. Will we have a decision? Will we have an OMT? Will we send both of these guys home?
Honestly, we should probably just pack both of them in the trailer.
As we wait for the judges to make their decision, a little bit of deliberation going on here, probably due to that contact at the end. And we got an OMT from Harold, an OMT from Ty. And, oh, there is one vote for Muhammad, so it is a split decision, but these guys are going to be going one more time.
Both drivers clean it up a little bit more. Muhammad, in the chase, you just need to be able to clean up that angle, be able to hold it a little bit better and keep the same proximity that you had in that first battle. For Blake,
you better go drop your tire pressure right now.
yeah, just don't even play games. Hey, production team, you're missing a wall count.
Yeah, hey, production team, you're missing 2 wall counts, actually. And you're missing our audio for some of these parts. And you're also missing the camera.
You know what? Let's make it 3.
No,
as the drivers
kudos to them. The production team working hard to fight these issues.
As they fire off through that first corner, Blake looking a lot better in this one. Actually able to hold some angle and keep it relatively close, but loses him in that transition to turn 2. Muhammad is just a man-possessed. Blake over-angling a little bit, having to center punch that last inside clip just to get back into the fight. But Muhammad on the wall, no game played, no jokes left. He said, I'm rubbing. Rubbin's racing in all the right ways.
Yeah, one of the nice things about piloting the A90 Super is that no matter what car pack it's in, it seems like it's always one of the prominently fastest cars. And Muhammad, he's making it happen right here. Car is absolutely on a tear, super, super fast. Blake March this time didn't wash out like he did before, so he was able to at least stay somewhat in the fight, but he's still just struggling to keep up with Muhammad in that A90. Does have to go off of the line a little bit, and honestly, that might be an incomplete for Blake March there. It looked like he did go 3 tires over that inside rumble. So maybe an incomplete for Blake March in the first half here. We'll have to see what happens when they switch him around.
But with that, the plot has thickened even further, and it will be interesting to see how they carry out the second battle. If Muhammad's going to clean up what he had or the mistakes he made in the first run, or if he's going to do more of the same.
Here we go. We've got the drivers switched around now. Blake March to lead out Muhammad. See what happens here this time around. Will Muhammad be able to keep that car going? Blake initiates in. Very nice initiation from Blake. Nice and tame. Muhammad keeping the car right there on his door, though, as he transition through outside zone 2 and now out to outer 3. Big tire drop again from Blake March, but both of these guys holding on to it as we come out to outside zone number 4 now. Very nicely done by both drivers. A major angle from Blake out in the lead there. Muhammad looking a little bit shallow behind him there, but he is getting right back up on his door, putting down exactly the kind of chase run he needs to. Oh, and a big contact from Muhammad in the chase. In the same spot as before, and oh my goodness.
And it was a double tap.
Contact. Oh no.
That was a James Dean Finn Hobson special. Tapped him once.
Wow.
Saw he wasn't getting any faster. Hit him again. Make sure he gets across the line. And that was an interesting initiation. Blake coming out. He was tame, but he was a lot more aggressive than last time. And Muhammad.
Things that we're going to need to watch here with the judges is we need to find out now, did Blake March incomplete on the first half of this battle going over the inside rumble, or did he only get a major deduction there? I think that's going to come into play to decide who wins here, because that was that contact there, that was before the finish line. That's a major issue for Muhammad in the chase.
And if you look at the replay, it borderline looks like Muhammad is going straight when he makes the contact. But it looks like we have the judges in, and Muhammad will be moving on to the next round. From the looks of it, Blake
March. Definitely going to be an
March.
interesting call there. Possibly one of the controversial ones here. Very tricky situation. Would not want to be a judge for that one.
I feel like that one was because of the incomplete. They might have deemed him as incomplete on that one. That's the only real reason I could see for it not going the other way.
Yeah, obviously with not being the judge, I would have, if I was a judge, I probably would have won OMT there. I think the Blake March definitely did incomplete on that first run, but it's I'd be curious to know what the judges have to say on that call, considering the contact on the second run there. I thought for sure we were going OMT.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be an OMT, but he might have just barely done enough to keep it in there.
But
as we
moving
have
on to the next run here, we've got Dominic out in the lead. Kyle, aka Mr. Let me get this wall right here, chasing him down.
The drivers are lined up at the start gate and ready to party. As they fire off through the start chicane. Big flick initiation out of Dominic. Kyle not shaking though, putting it where it's supposed to be, right on that rear quarter. Oh, and Kyle comes out of drift, straightens up, trying to transition, and does it again, almost taking out Dominic in the lead. Dominic unshaken by what's going on, all the chaos behind him. Just putting the car right where it needs to be. Wing on the right, no games played. He does not care.
Kyle almost going for an overtake on that last zone there. What is going on here?
Kyle got jealous. Mister, I'm going to put it on the wall. Saw that Dominic was out in front, really putting it on the wall. Wing dragging the whole way. Had he had any less height in that car, the wing would have snatched him into it.
And now the one thing that I do want to watch here is I want to watch momentum on these cars here, because it looks like, yeah, honestly, that second time where Kyle had to straighten up there, that R34 was completely on the brakes through a lot of those other zones. Maybe causing some issues for Kyle in the chase here. And again on the wall. Yeah, on the wall there, huge left foot braking from the lead car out of Dominic. So maybe that'll come into play here with the judge's decision after this, but we've still got the second half. See what Kyle can do out in the lead, see what Dominic can do in the chase here. Here we go, lights are on and away we go. Kyle out in the lead, Dominic the chase in the R34. Nice easy initiation there from Kyle out in the lead. Dominic not shaken by it. Falling right back into the pocket there. Could have been a little bit deeper in that outside zone up in the lead, but now Dominic in the chase having similar issues to what Kyle had in his chase position. So go through that inside clip. Kyle trying to finesse that car back into the zones. Here we go now. Dominic catching back up, putting it on his door, coming into the last zone and across the line. No contact on this run. That's always good to see. But I'd be curious to see what the judges have to say on the momentum stuff from that first run.
Yeah, because that seems like it's going to be the make or break point in this battle. Whichever way the judges decide to call that, whether it be fault on the chase driver Kyle for straightening, or whether it be fault on the lead driver Dominic for slowing and causing a disruption in momentum.
Now hear me out. Hear me out. I think both of them are at fault at two different times. Because on the first one, I definitely think that Kyle just went in a little bit too quick on that transition. But the second and third time, I think that that was all because of the left foot breakout in the lead. So
but
it's all going to come down to what the judges think, because we're not them.
The question is, will the judges see that as
and they do not. They see it going to Dominic.
But it is Dominic moving on to the next set of battles in top 32. And as we move right along, we have Yuna Sabalania and Colin Cipollone coming up next to the line.
Moving on into the next battle. We are flying through the 32 right now.
We've only got 4 more battles in top 32 before we move on to the top 16.
And here we go, Colin of Team Effervescence. I do see that you guys are cheering him on in the chat there for his first drift comp. He is here. He's in the 32, and he's ready to fight for a spot in the 16.
One of Team Effervescence's newer members. He has been driving his ass off all year, just trying to get to this point, and we are hoping to see everybody at Team Effervescence is rooting for you and hoping to see you put out something great.
Now, the only unfortunate thing for Colin is that he is going up against Yuna, very, very strong driver here. Have to see what occurs. Yuna is not going to let him go easy.
And I believe Yuna was one of the drivers throwing the most angle out of everyone in qualifying consistently. As we send them off through the lights, they're firing off through the start chicane. Feels a little bit slow, a little bit tepid from... Oh, it was a little bit of a tepid initiation from Colin as they made contact. Did not look like Colin was lighting off the tires when he was supposed to be. But we'll have to check back with the replay just to make sure.
Yeah, definitely going to have to watch the replay back on this one. It was a little bit hard to tell at first. Did the lead car light off? Did the chase car go too fast? We'll have to take a look, see what happened there. Very unfortunate way to start this part of the battle. In other news, the wall counter is still at 3. Thank you, production team, for updating the wall count. We appreciate how hard you guys are working over there.
It doesn't look like we're going to be showing a replay.
No, while we wait for the drivers to get back to the line, I just want to take a moment here while we are waiting Wanted to give a shout out again to hashtag Do It For Dre, a movement that I very much so care about. One of the Hashira guys, his kid, unfortunately, is fighting lymphoma cancer at 4 years old. So if you guys have any kind of interest in supporting that fight, there will be links posted. I'll try to get another link posted shortly here whenever we have a little bit of a break. And go support. And go hit up Damien Rosalia. Send a kid a message. Kid loves drifting. He loves all the support that he's getting from this community. And we love the community support for him. English is hard. English is really hard.
Yeah, man. It's one of the most difficult languages.
Here we go. Now Colin in the chase position. Trying to chase him down. A little bit of a bobble off of that initiation as that C6 just taking off right now. Absolutely flying through this course. Beautiful right out to the track edge. And unfortunately, oh, there goes Colin, unfortunately, in the chase position. Flying off of the track as that C6 makes its way around here. Very, very good lead run on display for us all here. Looking very textbook out there. Right out to the wall across the line. Doesn't get much more beautiful than that.
If there was damage physics, that man would have no tail light.
Yuna was just dragging that bumper.
He was moving through the course like he was on rails. He did not care what was happening behind him, what was happening in front of him. He just knew he was going to set it all off on fire. And he just bing, bang, and boom through the first 3 zones, really filling all of the inside clips, working that track edge enough that you would be scared unless you're a concrete man, because you know you're about to make some money off of him. And he just absolutely butters it into that last wall, slicker than P. Diddy at a party.
Oh, all right. Hold on now. Hold on. I don't know if we can say that.
That's my one off-color joke for the day.
Oh, wait a minute. Are we seeing... Oh, okay. So that was actually the first half of the battle, I think. I think that they're... Yeah, okay. So the first run that we saw was actually wrong. So now this is the second half of the battle. There's still a chance here.
Oh, Colin's got to hang it out there. He really floats it out there, puts a nice little spin on it, filling that whole first outside zone and the second one, pulling a little bit of a gap, doesn't hit that third outside zone. Kind of trying to run away from this Corvette, but he's not doing the best at it because that car is just so fast in the rear view, working his way into that pocket, just pushing, absolutely trying to butter his way in. That one, I think, isn't going to go too well for Colin, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did put on a little bit of a stronger show this second time out in the lead here. So I guess that first run that they did paid off for him a little bit, but unfortunately in his chase run, just washed out a little bit too much there, ended up off track. So when you're faced with an incomplete in one of your runs, unfortunately, there's really only one way for it to go. I think we're going to be seeing Yuna move on to the 16 here.
And Yuna was putting down an incredibly clean line. No matter where Yuna tried to put that car, it was just there. Start of the zone, end of the zone, it did not matter. Yuna was putting that car in position.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, no matter which way the cookie crumbles, Colin, nothing but massive props to you. Your first ever time competing like this, and you did it right here at the ESDA Open. So great job to you. Unfortunately, there it is. Yuna going to be taking the win onto the top 16. Colin, congratulations on your first event, dude. You made it to the 32. We'll see you at the next round, hopefully.
There is plenty of drivers that did not make the 32, so you can be proud of yourself for making it this far. And you put on a hell of a battle, my friend. Made the whole team proud.
That he did. And you know what? At the end of the day, look at how many drivers didn't even sign up. You still came out here, you did your thing, put it out in front of everybody. Always kudos for that.
And look at how many drivers did sign up and either didn't show or didn't make the show. You did your thing, bud. And you stayed off the wall. That's like a big thing, staying off the wall. As we get ready to line up our next set of battles, we will have Khalil and Alexander as our next set of battles. Both drivers coming around out of pits. No, you got it.
One of my favorite things about commentating with somebody is that we always step on each other, no matter what.
Yeah.
How's everybody in the chat doing? You guys enjoying the show? You guys liking this so far? Who are you guys hoping wins this all? Who do you guys have as your number one slot? Let us know in the chat. Tell us who you're rooting for. Tell us who you think's going to win. I am not driving. I am in the commentary booth, so I cannot win. The only way that I win is the fact that I get to sit here and watch all of these wonderful drivers compete. And at the end of the day, we also don't have to make the judging calls. That's another win for us. We just get to sit here and talk to you guys who are watching along at home.
I am a driver. I'm just driving the ghost car that you guys can't see.
Yeah, we're actually on the other side of the track right now, turning laps in some beater 350s that we stole from the parking lot.
Yeah. He's in the 350. I've got one of them Toyota Tundras. We send them through the start line. Big initiation out of Khalil. But Alexander trying to match it, not able to hold it. Had to lose some angle just to catch. Oh my goodness, he goes off course. It looked like he wanted, or it looked like there was contact, but there wasn't. He just kind of lost it. The car unloaded itself and shot off the side of the course as Khalil pushes through the rest of this course, trying to hold it together, putting that big body all over the wall. No cares given.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alexander, looks like possibly worried about contact on that transition there. Had to pull out. I hate to see that happen when you're in such a close transition. Could it have worked? Maybe. Unfortunately, we're never going to know. Thomas, I see you in the chat. The pizza was incredible. That was a very good halftime treat.
Thomas, you lied to him. You should have told him to put pineapples on the pizza.
Thomas, don't listen to this guy. This guy's a lunatic.
No. I'm the only sane one in here.
Pineapple belongs on a salad, and that is where I enjoy pineapple.
Are you a criminal?
You are the one talking about putting it on pizza, bro. If you're talking about criminal, I think you got to look in the mirror. You never had pineapple in a salad?
No, I don't. No. Pineapples and salad dressing does not seem like it would go together.
Whoa. Now, nobody said nothing about no dressing.
So you're just... Hold on. Let me get this straight. So you're just raw dogging your salad.
Nah, dude, you gotta remember, there's more kinds of salad than just one. You can enjoy different kinds of salad. You don't gotta just choose one.
Yes, but usually
had a fruit salad? You're tripping, bro. Here we go. Speaking of tripping, let's see if these guys can put down a better run now. Now that we're switching them around. So it's now Khalil in the chase position. Oh, all right. And just as I say that, maybe a little bit of an issue here. We'll have to watch that one back. I'm not sure if... I don't know if the lead car lit off there. I don't know if Khalil was just coming in too hot. But right off of the initiation, major issues here.
That was wild.
Yeah, definitely not the way that you want to start the second half of your battle there.
And
I'm curious to see this replay.
Yeah,
that drone cam.
And it looks like...
Yeah, that looks like Khalil just killed him.
Yeah. Just thought he was going to throw it a little bit calmer, but did not expect all of that angle.
Yeah, it looks like this might be a forced OMT there. It kind of looks like Khalil just not giving leeway to the lead car on initiation and just taking him out, sending him off of the track. Khalil did put down a nice... Oh, there it is, wall counter. Put it up to 4. Put the wall counter up to 4. It wasn't during the scored part of the run, but he still took it out. So let's get that
Khalil
wall counter
took
up.
him out, and then the wall took Khalil out. It's karma.
The wall took Khalil out. There it is.
I guess the wall just said Khalil isn't allowed to finish a run.
The wall is the real winner here at the Open.
Mm-hmm. The wall's got more battle wins than anybody else. Wall's undefeated. Really?
Wall's on its way to being the season points champion.
Realistically, if I go on ESDA's website and I don't see the wall at the top of the points leaderboard, I'm going to be a little disappointed. As it looks like the judges are still deliberating over which way that battle is going to go.
Yeah, definitely. They're sitting here taking a look, making sure that they make the right call here. Got to watch all the telemetry, make sure there's no funny business going on there from Alexander while he's out in the lead causing that contact. Maybe he just didn't light off the car. But even then, I still think it's probably going to go that Khalil was at fault there, just with how hot he was coming in. Very straight line approach from Khalil, I will say. That was a very aggressive start to a chase run. Don't know if I would have did that if I was in his shoes after seeing how the first run went, but I don't think he's got anybody in his ear. Maybe he just didn't know. Judges are still deliberating here, trying to make sure that they get the right call, and it's 1 to Alexander, 1 OMT, 2 OMTs. It's a split decision. They're going to be going one more time. Both of these guys got to clean it up, try to make it happen here. I think this was the right call. I think an OMT is exactly the right call for this one. It's exactly where I would have went if I was a judge. Both of these guys causing contact in their own respective runs. Line them back up. Do it again. Clean it up. Don't hit each other.
And please, for the love of everything, put some style on it.
Do some spin wheelies.
Mm-hmm. If both of y'all don't do a 360 at the end of the second battle, I'm going to be disappointed.
Banned. Banned. No 360, you get banned.
If you mess up your 360, I'm going to get milk.
Public execution.
Couldn't even finish that one. As we send the drivers off through the start chicane. We've got Khalil in the lead. Alexander in the chase. Khalil, a little timid on that initiation, but filling that whole second outside zone. First outside zone, dropping a tire. Third outside zone. He came in a little late, but he is still filling the zones. Alexander not to be shaken, staying right there, keeping that distance, keeping that gap, tip to tail on the transition, and just working it into the door. Falling out of angle, or falling out of line a little bit, but pushing it back, trying to work it into the pocket.
Much better this time. Much, much, much better this time. That's what we wanted to see. Cleaning it up after the first start. Exactly what we needed to see. However, no 360. You're both going to the gulag. The Gripped Up Gulag, sponsored by Gripped Up Mods. Go to them for all of your sim racing mods. Also, while we're talking about sim racing mods, Vosan, one of our title sponsors here, go check them out. They also have even more mods for you to download. And they've got some pretty cool stuff coming up over there. I'd go keep an eye on what they've got in the works. Some pretty exciting announcements to come. Here we go. As Alexander and Khalil come back to the line, I'm going to switch them around here. See what they do for the second half of this OMT battle. Here we go. Lights are on and away they go. Alexander out in the lead. Khalil in the chase position. Here we go. Clean start this time. That's exactly what we want. Oh, and Khalil again taking him out. I don't think Alexander was on the brakes. It looked like the momentum lights were at full. So I think that Khalil is going to be going home here. I think he's just being too aggressive in the chase position. Not expecting the slower speeds from him in the lead.
And Khalil might be going home from competition today, but he does have a consolation prize waiting for him at home. He has a new football contract to be a punter.
Yeah, I heard that the Dallas Cowboys are looking for some new players. Maybe they're going to send him on over there.
Either Dallas or Miami, one of the two. Both of them could use a punter.
I don't think there's any saving Miami at this point. As much as I wish there was. I do love Miami.
At least if Miami had a punter, they would be able to get the ball farther away when they inevitably miss a third down.
Yes, they could use a punter for that exact situation.
Just like the New York Jets.
Yeah, the New York Jets, they are a team. They exist.
Screw the Jets, by the way.
I would agree. I can fully agree with that.
They are the wrong New York team if you support the Jets.
I also agree with that statement.
There's only one New York team, and it ain't the Jets.
Now, here's the question, though. What team are you rooting for, though?
Take a guess.
No. I want to know.
I'm gonna say this. Being a fan of this team feels like being a Cowboys fan.
Okay. Interesting way to start that off. For my favorite team, it's nothing but pain and misery whenever it comes time for Super Bowl season.
Cowboys?
No. I am a Buffalo Bills fan till the day that I die.
I am a New York Giants fan, sadly.
Oh, yes, you must hate your life. I am so sorry. Well, I can't even say I'm sorry, because every time that we get to the Super Bowl playoffs, we get bad games. So we're right there with you.
The Giants have not had any Super Bowl luck outside of facing Tom Brady.
And speaking of people not having much luck here, we'll see what happens. Which one of these guys is going to be advancing? Who's going home? And
one vote for Alexander, one vote for Khalil,
wow.
2 votes for Khalil.
A little bit of a surprising decision here. Khalil taking the win over Alexander. So it is a split decision, but Khalil will be advancing on.
Matt, I did not see that going that way.
No, I did not expect that whatsoever. I'm very surprised by that call. I'd love to get some explanation for the judges here. Yeah, maybe we can get some clarification from the judges there on what made the call go which way. Shout out again to Spawn's FPV flying around the drone cam here for us today. As he does a little bit of tricks out there alongside of the grid.
Having a good time with it.
Brazilian car, that Mustang from the Ghost guys.
And there is a lot of beautifully liveried cars out here on our grid today.
Yeah, that there is. Even the regular ESDA cars have some pretty nice liveries being sported this season.
Even flow.
I believe we're getting our judging explanation. Everybody, welcome Harold to the commentary booth.
Glad to be back in the booth again this year. Guys doing a phenomenal job commentating. I was told to come up here to explain the previous call. Going in that second run was pretty much what we was looking at. On the entry, we did look at, so the first time it was frowned upon on between the judges on how Alexander had entered, which was kind of before the entry point, or he was pulling the handbrake. Which caused the first contact, but that was pretty much easily on Chase's fault. Coming into the one more time on the second run, Alexander did the same thing again, but King actually gave him room. And coming out of inside clip one, Alexander was still on the brakes, which caused that contact. So we gave fault to lead, and we gave an overall win to King Khalil.
All right, and there it is, guys.
That was an interesting set of battles.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you stopping down here to give us some feedback, letting us know what the judges are thinking. I'm sure everybody at home appreciates that as well. Always nice to hear from our judging booth while we're in the middle of the stream. Good to have them chime in.
And it's even better to not have to be one of them. Judging is a great fun until you have battles like that, because drivers will not be satisfied or somebody will be opposed to it, as we get Zadrunas and Jackie Wong ready to come up to the line. Zadrunas in his A90 Super from Team Erta, Jackie in his JZX from Team JTC.
JTG.
I'm a little dyslexic, I'm sorry.
Very easy letters to mix up.
Both drivers at the line, ready to go. I mixed up the Supras too. As they fire off through the start chicane, we're sending them hot and heavy. Jackie in the chase, a little bit of a... Oh my goodness. Jackie hesitating on Chase, walking out a little bit, and Zadrunas, even with the gap, still gets caught and spun. Who will that contact be faulted to is the question.
Yeah, I definitely think that was a major mistake from the chase position by the looks of it, with all that room to check up. Just not slowing down at all to put the car in the pocket where it needs to be.
Yeah, but at the same time,
back at the replay and see if there was any errors on the lead car.
It could also be a situation where, just like the last battle, where Zadrunas might not have been going at it with the speed that he needed, because even with Jackie being on a farther outside line, he still managed to hit him.
Yeah, I think the discussion to be had here on this to decide fault probably going to come down to, is it the chase driver's job to slow down when the lead car slows down and avoid contact with that much of a gap between them? Very, very tricky thing to judge. I know that a lot of series have had issues with that kind of call before. So I would hate to be a judge right now to figure that one out, but the telemetry doesn't lie, and the judges have all of that we do not. So whatever the judges are seeing, they're going to let us know when they make their decision.
I am interested to see what the judges have to say about that. That was a real funky initiation, but it was also a funky situation.
Yeah, but here we go. Now we got him switched around. Go on that initiation. Clean start this time to the battle. That big body JZX out in the lead, putting down a pretty good line. Oh, and a major issue in the lead position with getting the car to angle, which almost looks like what happened on the initiation of the first half of this battle. So definitely have to check that out. The guys are going to go ahead and try to complete this run now. Oh, and more contact happens. Oh my goodness. Now this is messy.
They hit everything except for the wall in that run.
Yes, yeah, that's very true. I think everything but the wall became a target on this one.
And that was a very interesting way to run that battle. It looked like he was slow rolling into the initiation a little bit too much in the chase, but it didn't really jump out to bite him. He missed that whole first outside zone, but still managed to fill the next two while still keeping relative proximity. Didn't look like he was fully confident in his lead driver's run, and just tried a little bit too hard at the end to push it back in.
Well, it's a little bit hard to tell from the drone camera here, but honestly, it looked like out in the lead position there, maybe a little bit of a checkup. We'll have to see what the judges are thinking, see what they're saying here. Send him left for Zydrunas, send him right for Jackie. Or maybe we'll keep him in the middle and we'll send him one more time.
And it looks like the judges have their decision. Unanimously, Zydrunas will be moving on.
Unfortunately, Jackie getting taken out there. Fault going to be put on him.
As we get ready for our next set of battles, the last battles of the top 32. We have Leo Santana de Luz versus Thomas Barinelli.
And unfortunately, Thomas, his livery not loaded, or else we would have finally had a custom livery on custom livery battle, but it looks like they're having some issues getting that onto the car. Happens sometimes.
Leo, one of the faster cars that we've seen today, and Thomas, one of the smoother ones we've seen today. How will this shake out? Speed versus style. Who's going to come out on top? As the lights extinguish, we send him through the chicane. Relatively slow on that roll in, but he goes for a big tip in on initiation, really hanging it out there, filling all of that first outside zone and the second outside zone, but Barinelli will not be shaken. Little bit of a gap pull, but he is still holding it together, dropping a tire in the chase, but still pushing through, just absolutely fighting, just massaging it really into the zones. He said, I'm not as fast, so I can't stay on your door the whole way, but I'm gonna match the line and angle.
One of the smartest things that a chase driver can do to maximize anything going in their favor is, if you cannot fully keep up on the door, try to match that line and angle the best that you can. Sometimes that will outweigh being in the closer proximity. So very good job by Thomas in the chase position, however, out in the lead, and that Supra just making it work around this entire course. Easily one of the fastest cars in this pack, and he's out here showing it off to us right now. Leo, very quick around this circuit. Lots of angle, lots of speed, lots of style out in the lead.
Like a 1950s pinup magazine, all that Leo got was a smoke show.
Here we go, we'll switch him around. Leo to chase Thomas this time around. Big initiation from Thomas in the lead in that S15. A little bit of gap on initiation, but now Leo putting it back up to the door there and staying in the pocket a little bit better than Thomas did during this part of the previous part of this battle. Now putting it right up on the door there is Leo, touching the wheel to the door of Thomas as they now come through to this next outside zone. Very good zone coverage from Thomas in the lead, but Leo cannot be shaken. A little bit of a bobble in the lead from Thomas coming into that last zone, and Leo gives him a little bit of a love tap across the line, and there we go. Thomas giving us the 360 that he promised.
Thomas gets the win.
Thomas
Obviously.
gets the win. He gave us a 360. That's the immediate winner.
But that was a borderline textbook run from Thomas. He really hung it out there in all of the zones, picked up the inside clip 2 and 3, and just really held it out there. It looked like he was on rails. And just, even through that last zone, though it took him a second to work it back in, he was putting down an incredible lead run. Very chaseable. And Leo, the absolute madman, looked like he had magnets in his tires with the way that they were attracted to those doors. But it's looking like we've got a little bit more judges' deliberation, and they are just about ready to give you guys the final results of this last battle of the top 32.
Let's see what happens here. Leo on the left, Thomas on the right. Send it left for Leo, send it right for Thomas, or keep it in the middle if you want to see these guys go one more time. We'll see what the judges say here. Last battle of the 32 before we go to the 16. Judges are still deliberating, just making sure that they give you guys the right call, the best call that they can. And here we go. We got 1 to Leo. 2 to Leo, 3 to Leo. It is unanimous. Leo will be advancing on to the 16, knocking out Thomas.
And with that, we have the last battle of our top 32 wrapped up. It has been an absolute heater of a top 32. We've seen some good battles coming out of everyone, and I'm expecting much better out of top 16.
But we've made it to go into the top 16. It's a good time for us to review what kind of battles we're going to be seeing right out of the gate. Going to have Venus, our top qualifier, taking on Logan Mech. We got Yun taking on Rylan. We've got Justice taking on Osama. And to wrap out the left side of the bracket, it'll be Tristan versus Frederick. Moving over to the right side, we've got Colin Gabriel taking on Raul. Sharif is going to be going against Dominic there. Yuna versus Khalil. Now that is a battle to keep eyes on. I think that's probably going to be the most exciting battle out of this side of the bracket. And then we've got Zadrunas take on Leo. Very exciting top 16 coming our way, Faust. What do you think?
I think that we are in for a show. That Yuna battle is going to be interesting, but the Venus and Logan battle is going to be really keep an eye on too. That E36 is fast. And I don't know if Venus has enough in the tank to keep up.
You'll have to see what happens here. I mean, Venus is one of the fastest drivers on the track, though, in that 182. So, got to keep eyes on him. I don't think he's going to fall to the speed of the E36 as fast as that car is.
That might be true. We'll never know until the battles come around, but it's going to be interesting to see which one of them actually makes it out into the Great 8.
That it is. And while we wait for these guys to get their practice in, we'll hit on a couple more of our sponsors here. Go check out Rennspec. They are a Texas-based automotive performance studio and a brand that brings performance and aesthetics. If you're looking for tuning, wraps, paints, graphics, anything cool like that, go hit up Rennspec if you're down in the Texas area, or send your car to them. Throw your car in a trailer, send it down to them, get yourself taken care of. Also, Firman, taking power wherever the road leads. From dual fuel and inverter generators to rugged log splitters and dependable water pumps, you're equipped for every stop along the way. Stay connected with heavy-duty power cords and keep your gear protected with durable covers. Any kind of equipment like that, go check out Firman. Oh, as we watch the Mustang get absolutely destroyed by an A90 Super there.
All right, Strupp. How many Supras do you think will make it into the Final Four?
I'm going to be bold. I'm going to be very bold here, and I'm going to say one. I'm going to say only one is going to make it there.
That is a very bold take.
Very bold take, but considering the caliber of some of these other drivers driving other machines here, I think there's a very high likelihood that there's one Supra I think will definitely make it there. But we also don't know. Anything could happen here. That's one of the best things about a track like this. The track always wins, especially with the wall.
If I would have to say, I think there's going to be 2 Supras, 1 Mustang, one of the various S chassis.
I definitely see an S chassis going to the finals here. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, maybe.
I will not name names, but I do see an S chassis going all the way here. Just because I don't want to curse anybody, no names will be put out there.
Maybe.
However, what I am wondering is who will meet him there, and will he even actually make it there? Will he uphold that expectation? Who knows?
That all depends on if he gets somebody that's quick. He might get matched up against somebody that can give him a run for his money. I know exactly who you're talking about. I'm not going to say anything either, but
you might be surprised. As I'm standing about 15 miles away from my microphone right now, I hope my audio is still picking up.
Yep.
Okay.
Given some of the battles we've had today, you really do never know.
Yeah, honestly, we've had a lot of upsets that I was not expecting to see here today. It's been a very interesting 32 to this point, and I'm excited to see what happens during the 16 here. A lot of these practice runs, these guys are looking really solid, really sound. It's going to be a good one.
The real question is, will they be able to carry over their practice into their play?
Question.
Answer.
I'm going to be out of the booth for a second. I'll be right back.
All right, and with that, it looks like I have been left unsupervised. So, Chet, how is everybody doing today? Why are you a 90s or a 49ers fan? That sounds like very disappointing. That sounds like you disappoint yourself. We got some big super energy going around the course. But it cannot escape. Oh my. Yep, add another one to the wall counter. They just absolutely devoured him. Raul just making his car quicker and quicker every lap. From the looks of it, a lot of these drivers are just getting hung up on their transitions. Sorry, Chad, don't mind me. I just ramble sometimes. And Farinelli, if you made it to top 16, Your livery might have made it out of the gulag, but we would have sent you right back to the gulag, bud. Mohammed, I'm pretty sure you can hear me. Stop straightening. Khalil?
Happens. Oh, here we go. We are coming back. Getting ready to have it. Venus going up against Logan here as we come back from that quick little commercial break.
Monster Energy Drink is like the bottom of the barrel for energy drinks. I'm sorry.
That is about the most insane statement I've ever heard anybody make, and you just made that to the public ear.
I sure did. Monster is a ripoff. They're charging you like $5 to $7 for two of them, and they're only like 160 milligrams of caffeine, dude. That's nothing. Like flavor-wise, Monster is great. But in terms of being an energy drink, they are one of the bottom of the barrel, in my opinion. That is a hot take that I am putting out there for the internet.
Yeah, that's definitely a wild thing to say, but yeah, okay. Well, we're going to get into the first battle here.
Venus firing off, hitting that first inside clip, working his way out to the outside zone, filling all of that outside zone, but he is not being... Ooh. That was a little bobble in the chase. Lead driver is hitting that inside clip, filling that outside zone, hitting last outside zone. Real nice transition into it, and the chase driver just got lost. Where is he at?
Yeah, not exactly sure what happened there, but definitely got dusted by Venus up there in the lead position. Take a look here on the replay, see what's going on.
He was able to stay in the fight for most of that battle. He's quick enough to keep up.
Yeah, it looks like right here at this transition coming up, he just kind of leaves him. Oh, he over-rotated and spun out.
Oh, the plot thickens.
A major over rotation in the chase position from Logan.
It's going to be
Not able to
interesting.
hold that angle.
Going to be interesting to see how Logan responds in the lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, Logan probably going to have to hope for a little bit of a miracle here. Venus is very good usually at holding back behind any kind of errors from the lead car.
We've had a couple of miracles today.
We have. Maybe we'll see another one here for Logan as he goes out in the lead position here. That Venus getting very aggressive already right out of the gate and putting it right up to the door just about on Logan. Here we go. Venus leaving a little bit of room here. Probably knows what he needs to do in order to secure the win. Not being too aggressive. But now maybe he's playing it a little too safe. Because now Venus is getting dusted here. Of course, so long as Venus completes the run and stays within a deemed active chase, which he seems to be doing, I think he's going to go ahead and advance either way. But still, you got to be careful with how safe you play it when you do a safe run, or you might end up losing.
That started looking a little inactive towards the end of that run. And it's going to be interesting to see on the replay how they look. Because there looked like there was a pretty big gap on them throughout most. Venus dropping right in and then just packing up, falling back. Could not really get back into the battle. So from the looks of it, he just stayed online, just tried to stay following him without trying to cut line or do anything crazy just to gain that proximity back. But it could come back to bite him, especially in this last section with that big of a gap in between. And it looks like the judges might already have their decision. Doing a little bit more deliberation just to make sure they get the call right, but the decision could be in soon. I wish I was better at English.
English is hard, and that's okay. What isn't hard, I feel like, is probably going to be this call. I think that they've got what they need to go off of here. Really, I think it all comes down to, was it Venus inactive in the chase at one point there? If that's the case, I could see this going one more time, but unfortunately, Logan in the first half of that battle, over-rotating, just not going to be good for him. Now, the other question, did Venus lose any momentum causing Logan to spin? The other thing that's on the board here that we just don't know. From Harold, we've got an OMT. From Ty, we've got Venus, and it is going to be an OMT. It's a split decision, one vote to Venus. However, both Harold and Fnatic voting for it one more time.
Interesting call. It looks like Venus might have incompleted due to not being close and playing it a little bit too safe. So with us sending them back to the line, we're gonna have to see if they're gonna clean up those mistakes. Whether Logan can get a little bit closer and really stick it on Venus's door, or whether Venus is going to play it a little bit too safe again. As we got the drivers at the line, lights extinguished, we're sending them through the chicane. Venus taking a little bit slower of an approach to the initiation this time, but Logan right there on him, not giving him an inch to breathe, just pushing. Really working his way in, falling back a little bit on that transition just to make sure he doesn't hit him. And that might come back to bite him with Venus starting to pull a little gap. There he goes, closing the door on him, but Venus just cleaning it up. Borderline textbook run. A little bit of bobbles here and there, but he was all over that.
Oh, there we go. Microphone giving me a little bit of trouble there again. But we're back. Yeah, no, definitely an interesting run to watch. They're not very reminiscent of the first run. But Venus, after getting that OMT call, coming out here swinging still, looks like he is going to have to deal with a little bit more of an aggressive chase this time. No spin out on the board.
And maybe that's what Venus needed, was to know that he really has to come out and put down a heater for him to really not let the nerves shake him. As we get the drivers back to the line and ready to go.
Here we go. It'll now be Logan to lead out at Venus. See what happens on the second half of this OMT battle. But Venus with a nice aggressive initiation in the chase. Finessing his way up to the door of Logan. Looks like a slight tire drop in the lead there. Transitioning through another little bit of a gap, getting pulled on at Venus here now. He's going to have to cut a little bit of angle to play catch-up now, as that E36 is just absolutely flying through the course here. Now here coming into the last zone, Venus does finally catch up. And the lead car now also giving up angle for speed. One of the things that I'd love to see here is the lead car sacrificing angle to run away from Venus.
Venus is a naturally quick driver. He's always got his car gripped up to run away from you without sacrificing that line. So it's interesting to see that Venus happened to play catch up a little bit. And they were really wrapping it around. And Venus might not have been as close in the chase throughout that first half of the course, but he really worked his way back into the battle and pushed himself back onto that door. Really pushing through the start of that zone and just falling back. Logan looking like he came out of the zone a little bit early just to try and run away from Venus, but Venus filling up the rest of that zone that Logan left behind. As the judges deliberate, once again, we want to thank Vosan and Gripped Up Mods for all of your support and all of the help.
And we'll see what the judges have to say about this call here by Venus and Logan. And I will say I definitely did like Venus' lead a little bit more than Logan's. However, that change in speed between Logan in the lead and Logan in the chase is kind of crazy. See what the judges have to say about that one.
In my opinion, Venus did a better job of filling all of the zones properly. He was able to get in at the start of more of the zones. He was able to get out of the zones at the end instead of having to drop out of them a little bit earlier. But Logan was able to put it right where it needed to be in the chase.
I definitely think that Logan was also a little bit more shallow on angle throughout the entire course than Venus, but we'll have to see if the judges would agree with that.
I feel like it's more, or it's like you get a great chase from a great lead, but you can't get a great chase from a good lead.
Correct.
So I feel like it's going to come down to who had the better lead. Chase versus chase is great and all, but if you're not putting down a good lead, your chase driver can only do but so well.
Yeah, I would not want to be a judge for this battle. That is for sure. A lot of deliberation going on in there.
No luck. I am on my second energy drink. But then again, I also drink like 300 milligram canned drink. So if I was on 5, I would be at a heart attack right now.
You know, I'm going to say it. Maybe it's a good thing I'm not in the judge seat. I don't know, but if it was me, I'd be going at Venus here, I think.
Yeah, no, I would give this one to I would give this one to Venus as well. Yeah, Diaz, He wasn't technically trying to run away. The shallow angle and the fact that he was leaving zones early made it seem like he was.
Oh, we got an OMT. One vote. It's a full split.
Going one more
They're
time.
going again.
Clean it up, boys. Clean it up. As we get them re-racked out the line again, they've gone through more tires today than a 16-year-old in a Honda Civic.
Yeah,
And
both
with
of these
them
guys got to start cleaning it up here. Got to do something to stand out to these judges.
It looks like neither one of them went into the judges' booth with a crisp 20 yet today. And I need one of them to. He throws, as Venus throws big angle, no playing around, filling all of that first outside zone and the second outside zone, third outside zone, all the way to the track edge. But Logan cannot be shaken as they hit that inside clip. And Venus, a man on a mission. Ooh. Good transition, tip to tail, as Venus puts it right on the wall. A little bit of wavering, but Logan cannot be shaken. The shadow of a man.
No, I wouldn't be saying that if I were you. Logan had some major mistakes in that chase run there. Going off that first transition, he was in the complete wrong spot, and even going into the wall there, he was coming straight.
He managed to keep it in the conversation.
Yeah, but I don't think he did it in the right way. I don't think the judges are going to look very favorably on that. A lot of straightening up, a lot of wrong positioning there in the chase position right there, choking himself up. Ends up going almost fully straight for a second even. And how as they come through here, almost straight through that inside clip in the chase. The transition through, he almost clips at Venus straight there again, and then he starts straightening out as they come up towards the finish line there. Very, very unfortunate for him in the chase position, but Venus in the lead with a killer of a run.
That was wild to see. The smoke line made it so difficult to see on the spot, but
here we go. Logan in the lead, Venus in the chase. Venus knows that he's got to keep it on his door to send him packing, and oh, look at that, Logan dropping tire. Here we go. Now Venus doing that transition correctly, and this is where he started to lose ground before, and he loses a little bit, but he is going to keep it within the active position. So, oh, and there it is, Logan just over-angling and losing all of his momentum, causing a collision on course there. Venus going to go on and just finish the run, just to do it, get some more of the track under his belt. But I think that right there is going to seal the deal for Logan, unfortunately.
I think after all three of those battles, it finally got to him. Venus launched in and was just mirrored all the way through the first outside zone. A little shallow on outside zone 3 and 2, but he came back and did not care. He put a little bit too much sauce on the track, and that just tripped him up.
There's one thing that I know about Venus is that he is good at playing the waiting game. If it comes down to 3-1 more times, you better believe he's going to be at full potential for that last one. So here we go. Get the judges panel up on the screen. Send him left for Venus. Send him right for Logan. I think this one's going to be easy. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Going to Venus, and Venus is moving on to the top 8.
Venus has a bottle of barbecue sauce that he keeps into his car and just sips on it whenever he's feeling like being extra. And if he really wants to get the win, if he really wants to get the win, he'll just pour a little dollop of it outside the window.
Man, what a battle. That battle took longer than the 32. No, not really, but that was a very, very hectic battle for a lot of that. Very good to see Venus come out on top. It took a while, but one of them was the victor.
And
very good fight by both drivers.
For our next set of battles, we have Yun Cheng Lao versus Rylan Billington.
Yes, Rylan, one of the drivers from my team, Kinetic Esports. Very excited to see how he does here. This is his first time competing with us. I'm happy enough that he qualified, but now he's found himself into the top 16 going against Yun, one of the very prominent competitors here at the Open.
In an all-Z battle, 370, 400, both fast, both gripped up, both wicked up, both ready to party for your amusement. So let's see what they can put down on the course. As we're just waiting on our start light to extinguish. And they fire off through the start chicane, no funny business. Relatively tame Manji initiation out of Yun, but Rylan cannot be shaken. He is still pulling on Yun, holding his own in that 370Z, pushing it all the way out to the zone. Yun Chen Lao is doing a lot of wavering in the lead position. Switches back into that last outside zone on a weird line. Yun works it out to the wall while Rylan is trying to fight back into the battle over that last corner.
Yeah, unfortunately, going into that last corner, Yun way on the inside from where the ideal line is. I'm sure Rylan was not expecting that in the chase position, which when you're that far inside, you're gonna get way farther ahead on that corner, way faster than the other guy. So Rylan having to try to play a little bit of catch up. Fortunately, does look like he was able to maintain an active chase. Didn't go very inactive there, managed to stay within the zone. But yeah, definitely a wavery lead from Yun, which is a little unexpected after the run that we saw in the 32. Very nice on that inside clip from Yun. However, right here, just goes way on the inside line, has to work that Z all the way back to the outside. Rylan having to sacrifice angle to try to keep up.
As we switch him back around and get ready to send him again.
Here we go. We see Yun going for that jump start again a little bit further back with the stagger. Rylan initiates out in the lead using a little bit of handbrake and absolutely perfect on that inside clip as he now drags out to that first outside zone right on the track edge. Does the same thing through outside zone too. A beautiful lead as Yun looking a little bit straight in the chase position through that transition. Oh, but a major tire drop from Rylan out in the lead there. Still managing to make his way around the track, so good save there for sure. And now, oh, unfortunately, it looks like Rylan doing the same thing Yun did, but even worse this time around.
But at least he threw a
360. There we go. Yep, you win. You're the champion automatically. 360 means win.
Yep, you throw a 360, you get 360 big boy points on the points leaderboard.
Oh, man. A little bit of a messy battle going on here. A lot of mistakes from both of these fellows making their way around the track. I think a little bit more mistakes coming out of Rylan there in his lead than what we saw from Yun. However, in the chase position as well, a couple of issues from both of these fellas.
And it did look like Rylan had put it where it was supposed to be for the first or half of the course, and Yun was having some difficulty staying at angle. Even from initiation, it looked real shallow on the angle for Yun Cheng Lao.
Yeah, we'll say obviously as a team owner, it is hard to get rid of bias, but honestly, I don't think that I see this going the way that I want it to. I think that the cards are all on the table here. See what the judges have to say.
As a opposing point, I can see it going the way that you would want it to go. Simply because I see a world where Yun Chen Lao straightened.
I see a world where Yunqing Lao didn't do a 360.
Yeah, he didn't do a 360, so he's automatically
no 360
eliminated.
means you lose. You're going home. But honestly, yes, I could see your point there about Yoon could be deemed as an incomplete for straightening as well.
It looked like
all
through
depends
the
on what the
smoke,
judges say. Let's see what the judges have to say here. We're going to slide him left for Yun. We're going to slide him right for Rylan. Any minute now. I think that they are still deliberating.
They're waiting on whichever one of the drivers shows up to bribe them first.
Yeah, this is a very suspenseful decision for me here. Oh, there's one OMT, one vote for Yun. And
the last judge will decide.
What's it going to be? Let's see. The suspense is killing me. Any date?
I think he don't like us anymore.
Oh, and it is going to go to Yun. Yun is going to take the win here, unfortunately knocking out Rylan.
And that, in my opinion, is surprising that Yunqing Lao got that one.
Honestly, I would agree. I think the tie probably saw the same thing that we were talking about in the commentary booth about that straight, and if I had to guess, maybe that's another one that we can get a judge to just step in and give their thoughts on it. But as we wait to see if we can potentially get that going, we do have Justice and Osama pulling to the line for their battle here. See what these guys come out here and throw down for us.
As we get ready to send him to the start chicane, we have Justice in the lead, right? Oh my goodness, Osama.
Okay.
That was an interesting way to start off this battle. Osama throwing in a lot of angle, a lot of speed into Justice's door, and you would think that this isn't the car that's going to catch it. Especially with how fast those C6s have been all day. But he just had a little bit too much more, or a little bit much more speed than Justice was ready for.
I think he might be dead.
Yeah, he did get the Dale Earnhardt treatment.
Ooh, yeah, that was a brutal crash.
Well, it looks like he doesn't have CTE because he's coming back to the line.
It's actually the ghost of him now coming back to the line here. Had to get him a new car and everything.
He said, I paid to be here. I'm going to finish my run, whether I'm here in spirit or not. Shout out to Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, shout out to Spirit Airlines, even though they just got shut down today. Very unfortunate timing to give them a shout out, considering that company is now bankrupt.
Look, they got shut down the same way that he did. Just punted out of the air.
Yeah? Yeah, you know what? I think that should count as a wall count. Maybe we should up that count to 5, but here we go. Now we're switching them around here. We'll see what happens on the second half of this run. And, yeah, okay, here we go, transitioning through. Oh, my screen's giving me some issue. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Justice and Osama making their way around here. That S15 grabbing that inside clip very nicely. Now making his way out to that outside zone. Transitioning through to the last one on a very inside line. However, the C6 having to play a little bit of catch up through there, so not very affected. And they do make it across the line this time without anybody dying. So a win is a win, I guess.
This one is going to be an interesting call for the judges.
I don't think it is. I think this one's pretty clear cut.
It all depends on how they rule on that first battle, because if you watch here off of this initiation, there was a pretty decent initiation. He was a little bit far back. He had to fight his way back into it, and right around here, he has a bobble straight and then has to initiate again on transition, which could come back to bite him depending on how the first battle is called. If it is his fault for the contact because of the telemetry that we don't have and only the judges have.
I don't think anything in the second run here is deemed as an incomplete like the first run was. Because that didn't look like he had to fully reinitiate the car necessarily. And yeah, the judge is very quick with the decision. It is going to go to Justice, advancing on to the top 8.
That is an interesting call.
I think it's pretty clear cut.
It did appear that he went straight, but it would be pretty clear cut.
Production team, this one's up to you. Do you guys think that we should count the C6 dying as part of the wall count? If yes, up to 5. If no, leave it at 4.
As we have our next two battlers, Tristan Velo pulling up to the line, as well as Frederick. Both Nissans, both ready to party. It's going to be interesting to see who has the ability to hang more of their wing over the wall. That's the competition here, kids. As we get ready to send them, the lights go off and extinguish. They're coming down through the start chicane. Big initiation out of Velo, and Frederick is doing everything he can to keep it right in that pocket. Looks like he barely made that transition and makes contact coming through the inside clip, but they hold it together and keep on pushing. Coming into the last two outside zones, Velo is filling all of the zones. Frederick, not to be shaken, is sticking it in the pocket. Does not care. Ding, 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 hot pockets.
Yeah, Frederick doing a very good job there behind Tristan to make sure that he doesn't do anything too crazy. Tristan just unfortunately having a lot of issues in the lead there, dropping some tires, which stalled his momentum very heavily, causing a little bit of contact. But both drivers recovered very well from it. Frederick did manage to kind of rein the car back in, not totally kill him off of the course, putting that car back in the pocket. Yeah, and now right there, Frederick, of course, does have a little bit of contact there, so I believe that would probably be faulted on Tristan in the lead just because of the momentum change from that tire drop. But Frederick, man, just putting the car right back into the pocket every single chance he gets. He's always been very good at that, and he's putting it on show here.
Knock, knock, knocking on Frederick's door.
This is the part of where it comes from, where they call him Frederick Osbo of Assetto. So here we go. Now Frederick out in the lead with Tristan chasing. Very nice aggressive initiation from Frederick out there in the lead position. As Tristan a little bit behind here, but he is going to get back up into that pocket now. And Frederick a little bit of a tire drop in the exact same spot, however, not losing as much momentum there. Actually kept his momentum going pretty good. Tristan sliding that 180 back into the pocket there in the chase position. Very nicely done and very composed by him. As soon as I say that, has to come out of angle just ever so slightly to catch up. Make sure that he keeps it on the door and across the line. Oh, and we get the 360 from Frederick. That's what I wanted to see. Thank you, Frederick. That's all I needed. You win. We're all going home.
Yep, Frederick going on to the next round. And from the looks of it, even the chat says that the Corvette dying does count as a wall. So production team, go on ahead and throw that one up there. Really filling all of these zones. And it looks like the judges panel is up and the judges are deliberating and almost ready to put out the results.
Sorry, just responding to one of the messages that I got related to one of the calls we had. There is a couple of controversial calls that I've been seeing some talking about. Nothing too major, nothing too bad. Stuff that, honestly, they were calls I was expecting to see a little bit of controversy from, but here we go. We've got all three going over to Frederick. Frederick going to be taking the win here, going on to the grade 8.
And with that, we are done with this side of our bracket for the top 16. We'll be getting everybody situated and ready to go for our second half of top 16. As we get Colin, Gabriel, and Raul ready to line up.
A little bit of time here, waiting on these guys to get to the line, taking their sweet time.
And from the looks of it, we are back. Welcome back to the second half of our top 16 in the ESDA Spring Open. So far, we've had a lot of great battles, and we are most of the way through our top 16. We have the whole left side of our top 8 set out, and we are getting into the right side of our bracket. We have Colin Gabriel and Dalton Frazier going first and foremost, kicking off this half of the bracket. Then we've got 3 more battles right after that, followed by a short commercial break, and then we will be into the Great 8. Battles have been flowing pretty well so far today. We haven't really had too many wall issues. Saw more issues of the wall jumping out and biting people than we have in battles, which is surprising. You'd think that having somebody on your door and hearing nothing but an exhaust bouncing in your brain would cause you to fall back a little bit, get a little bit scared, and bump into the wall. But they've been all really good about avoiding that wall. They know it's got teeth and they are sharp. As we get our next set of battles, Colin and Raul lined up. Both in Mustangs. Both of them look ready to rock. We will see what they can do in this set of battles.
We're finally seeing 2 of the custom skins go against each other here.
Both on the best car, the Mustang. And as we sit and wait for the lights to go, we cannot thank everybody enough for all of your support and for showing up for the stream, for all of the drivers for showing up for this event, and for all of our sponsors and partners who help make this possible.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a technical difficulty on the back end. Just bear with us here.
Well, since we've got a little bit more time, let's get more in depth. Go to favorite motor platform. That you have personally driven.
Are we talking drifting or what are we talking?
Drifting and in general.
Well, in general, it's the 19 TDI. Best motor ever built. I will hear no other words out of anybody. Super reliable, super good on fuel. I love mine to death. I will never betray it, and it will never betray me. Drifting, I think it's really, really hard to beat the argument of a 2JZ. You can make so much power and so much torque reliably on the fucking English, dude. Reliably.
On stock internals.
Without issues. So here we go. Looks like they are testing the lights, getting ready to get these guys going.
I will answer that same statement after the battles, but we send them off to the start chicane. Both Mustangs, both ready to party. Big initiation out of Kalen. Raul struggling a little bit, having to kind of walk it out there to get to his initiation. Having a gap pulled on him. Colin is fighting through this course. He does not look like he is fighting that car. He looks like he knows where it's going and where it's supposed to be as he backs that bumper into the wall, really making use of that bumper budget.
As my microphone decides that it wants to stop working again, but we got it fixed. Yeah, these two RTR Mustangs going out there throwing down. It's a tale as old as time seen an RTR and RTR action battle. And with that, we talk about the bumper budget. It is a very prominent thing with these kinds of cars. Now,
If you're not blowing your bumper off, are you driving, really?
Unfortunately here, a couple of mistakes from Raul in the chase position there. A couple of times where transitions were timed incorrectly. Causing some issues, but that's all right. Nothing too bad, nothing to be an incomplete or anything like that, just some minor mistakes. So we'll try to see what happens here when we put him out in the lead and Colin Gabriel in the chase position. Here we go, lights are on. Cars are not going.
I don't think they know where they're going.
Oh, and now they're going. Okay. Here we go. Raul initiates in. Very nice, clean initiation. Going in the chase position, trying to keep that other RTR in the pocket very nicely. Very good transition from Raul in the lead, but it looks like maybe a little bit of a tire drop there, and not a whole lot of angle as he drops more tire through that outside zone. Now as they come through for this last transition, oh, very good and aggressive transition from Colin in the chase position there. Looks like Raul might have checked up a little bit during that transition, but Colin making it work behind him there.
Even I clinched a little bit on that last corner. He was coming in hot. And from that from the jump on the first corner, he was on an absolute heater in the chase. He had his lights on because he knew that everybody was going to see him perform today. He's right there on that rear quarter, wheel to wheel, matching angle, matching the line. Those last two outside zones, outside zone 3 and 4, he was a little bit shallower so that he wouldn't fall off of the edge of the course, but he was just working it in, and right there, you see him check up a little bit just to avoid the contact and still manage to keep it in the pocket on the door all the way through. That's game over. Raul won because Colin didn't throw a 360, but Colin put a heater.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges have to say here. I know that if I was in the judges' seat, I know exactly who I would be voting for. And it looks like the judges are going to agree.
Unanimously.
Colin Gabriel taking the advance onto the top 8.
And for our next set of battles, we are going to have an absolute burner. Mohammed and Blake.
Dominic.
I'm dyslexic. I'm sorry.
You're thinking back to the 32. That's all right.
It'd be like that, though.
We already saw Sharif and Blake. Now it's Sharif and Dominic.
All right. As we get them both to the line, ready to rock, will the R chassis win or will the Z chassis win? No, that's a Supra. I'm blind.
That is indeed a Supra.
Either way, a Toyota won't make it to the next round. That's a joke. As the lights extinguish, the drivers go through the chicane. Mohammed still pretty quick. But Dominic won't be shaken. He's fast himself and said, I got legs and I'm ready to show him. Pushing all the way to the outside of that zone. Dropping a tire in outside zone 3. Coming all the way through outside 4. Really hanging it out there. Filling outside zone 5 to the limit. But Dominic won't be shaken. He's right there on the door. A little bit shallower an angle for most of it, but hanging with him. Hanging 10 like a surfer.
Yeah, it is a very, very, very hard thing to do to keep up with Muhammad and Dominic in the R34, coming out here showing that he is ready to throw the gloves down and box. Check this out from the drone POV here as we go through this run. Muhammad with a very nice initiation used a little bit of left foot brake, which did cause Dominic to have to check up a little bit. Maybe let off of the throttle to keep it back. Now as they go through the transition here, Dominic just lunges back up to the side of Muhammad. As we come through this inside clip here, very nicely done by Muhammad out in the lead, keeping the car at pretty much the perfect angle for the course. And then Dominic, though, through this last zone, does fall out a little bit and has to catch up, but once he gets there, he just sticks it to the rear bumper. Switch him around, see what happens for the second half. Oh, yeah, wait, what am I talking about? That is the second half. Is it? Wait.
No.
No. Why is there a judge panel on my screen?
Judges, stop judging. You're not ready to judge yet. Stop it.
What's going on here? Hey, get this off my screen. Thank you.
I don't want that.
Here we go. Now we got Dominic in the lead, Muhammad in the chase position. Run is not ready to be judged yet. All right, lights are on. Dominic is away through the chicane. Muhammad to chase him down here. We'll see what goes on. Very nice snappy initiation by Dominic in the R34. Muhammad, though, right on that quarter panel, not letting him go anywhere. So transition through that outside zone. Dominic putting it right on the track edge. Does the same thing through outside zone number 3 as they hit inside clip number 2. But Muhammad right there in the pocket as Dominic again out to the track edge. Maybe a slight bit of a tire off, but he's making it work as they now go through this last transition. Very aggressive from Dominic, but Muhammad diving. Oh, and no! Wall count up to 5. Dominic, unfortunately, grabs the wall with the rear end of that 34. And Muhammad looks like getting a little bit of a blessing here as Dominic is dead. Dominic is not moving. He is dead. We're going to get the track ambulance to go check on him.
And just going off of an eyeball alignment, it looked like Muhammad was running really aggressive. He had to pull a lot of angle out of it through most of that, not expecting Dominic to be as fast as he is at angle, really fighting to keep that car in drift. And when they make it into that last turn, just front wheel on front wheel and pushes Dominic back a little bit from the looks of it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure there. Honestly, it kind of looked like Dominic put himself in a rough position there, but maybe there was some contact that caused Muhammad to send Dominic out there. See what the judges have to say is they do have all the telemetry to tell us. Sometimes from the angles that we're given, we just can't tell. And yeah, there it is. Muhammad does get the win, so Dominic did take himself out there into the wall. And it is unanimous. Muhammad, it advances on.
And that one would have been a very tough call, especially for those of us without the telemetry that the judges have. We cannot be certain that we're making the right call. As Dominic just chills out at the stop line, thinking about his life.
Dominic and his dead corpse inside of the 34 right now from getting absolutely plowed into that wall after the initial contact.
Thinking about his life while waiting for the coroner. And we should be having our next set of drivers coming to the line now.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be a barn burner more than likely. We got Yuna leading out King Khalil.
This is that battle you've been looking forward to.
This is the battle I've been waiting for. I know that both of these fellas are capable of putting on an absolutely dominant performance here. we'll see if they hold up to the expectation. Two very good drivers going head to head.
As we send them off through the start chicane, a little bit of a bobble from Yuna off of the jump, but Khalil trying his best to stay in it. A little late on initiation from Khalil, but he's working his way back into the pocket for Yuna. But Yuna not shaken, not stirred, just pulling a bigger gap on Khalil. Khalil having to cut some line just to keep up, but really having to fight it out, and Yuna just sideways walking away the whole lap.
One of the big things about Yuna in that C6, incredibly gripped up, incredibly fast. And both of these drivers, they love holding big angle and big speed. And unfortunately here for Khalil, making the decision to keep holding that angle instead of sacrificing a little bit of it to keep up with the proximity might come back to hurt him, but we'll have to see what happens in the second half of this battle as we watch this back on the drone cam, courtesy of Spawn's FPV here. Khalil just falling back in a lot of spots. That C6 way faster going around this course here. And oh, it looks like Khalil even did from this angle sacrifice some angle at times to try to catch up and just couldn't get there.
That Corvette is
absolutely ripping.
That Corvette is a missile. Point and shoot.
Alright, we're going to change over to a different microphone that should sound exactly the same because I'm getting a little bit tired of the other one not working. But yeah, the second half here, just looking back to the drone cam there as Khalil out in the lead position. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take down Yuna with the crazy advantage. And nope, very quick decision from the judges. Yuna going to advance on over Khalil here. So sorry for the lack of commentary on that previous run there. It was fighting a little bit of technical difficulties on my side. We are switched over to the more reliable microphone. So hopefully the audio quality remains the same. But if it doesn't, you know who to blame. It's me. I'm the problem. Now we'll go ahead. We'll get back to the start line here. Next up, we're going to have Zadrunas going against Leo Santana.
Mic quality sounds the same to me.
Good. Perfect.
I realized I had myself muted that entire run.
Ah, yes. Yeah, unfortunately, the microphone issues, they strike again. Oh, here we go. We've got super on super action.
Grandpa versus grandson.
Pretty much.
Leo has been really, really fast in that car. It's going to be interesting to know whether he can do what he needs to do and keep it clean as Zadrunas comes through the chicane. Big flick initiation. Kind of misses that inside clip. But Leo, and he shuts it down.
I'm not really sure what's going on here. It seems like they called a restart, possibly. Yeah, it looks like we're probably getting a restart here. Yep, they are getting new tires, it looks like. So the Marshall's calling for a restart of this run here. Now, it does look like Leo is opting for not getting a new set of tires. He's going to keep running on the ones he's on.
And with the
Maybe he
reset,
knows something that we don't.
will that start to make the nerves shake as we send them through that start chicane? Another big initiation out. Oh, and Leo just as big. Zadruna's a big initiation in the lead. Leo almost washing out, trying to match him in the chase, but tipped the tail on the transition, and he popped him off. Yep.
Oh, and he's dead.
Got another one. Tacking on for the counter. I knew we were going to see some wall hits today, but I didn't think it was going to be like that.
And I was expecting them in qualifying more than I was expecting them in battle. It's been the other way around.
Yeah, they've been...
I didn't even know that you could end up hitting that tire wall.
It looked like he hit him.
Oh, he got punted. 100% Leo punted him off course. One of the things about the A90 Supra, and I think that it kind of came into play here, is that no matter what physics set you're on, when that car wants to become unwound, it's coming unwound and there's nothing you can do about it. No brakes, no clutch kick, no throttle control, none of it's going to save you. And I think that's exactly what we saw there with Leo, unfortunately, in the chase position.
And now Leo's going to have to really fight to reel it back in. Hope for a mess up from Zadrunas.
Yeah, Leo going to have to put on the absolute best lead run possible. Maybe try to force a mistake from the chase driver some way, somehow. Or just hope for a miracle here as the lights are on and away we go. Leo out in the lead now. Initiates in. Very nice big angle initiation. Perfect on the inside clip from Leo. A little bit of a gap at the start, but he does get wound back in by Zadrunas. So now transition through here. Holding angle. Does come out of the angle a little bit to gain a little bit more speed. Makes it out to that next outside zone, though. Zadrunas, though, keeping it right there in the pocket. Last transition here. Could be a little bit further back in the lead from Leo, but they are going to make it all the way around that wall and across finish line.
And that was a real veteran move out of Zadrunas, playing it safe, keeping enough proximity so that it's not deemed an inactive chase, but also being aggressive enough, especially towards the end, where he really started to reel him in and put that exclamation point on the run just to make sure that he doesn't have to leave this in the judge's hand. After everything with Leo in the first battle, he knew he had an advantage, and he just had to play his cards right. He did not have to be as aggressive as he was in a lot of these corners. In these last two, he really got aggressive and was pushing it into the door.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty easy decision for the judges this time around. Not too much to deliberate on, and sure enough, sliding them left, all three judges unanimously for Zadrunas to advance on.
And with that, we have our last battle of the top 16 sorted. And we will be moving on into our Great 8.
All right, and we are back. We're going to go ahead, get a... Oh, okay, a little bit of Corvette into the ground action, and looks like we might be having some bugs going on right now. But we're going to go ahead, get these guys locked and loaded for the top 8, let them get in, get some practice. Bear with us, we're going to have to reset here, as a little bit of a technical difficulty with the game there. Nothing wanted to load. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We're letting these drivers get some practice underway here. We get ready to lock and load for the top 8 battles here. We're going to sit back, watch these guys do some runs, get a feel for everything, make sure that they're all good to go. Right out of the gate here, watching Venus go ahead and throw down a pretty nice lead run. Now we go back to the start line. We'll see who else is going to throw some runs down for us. Here comes Yuna. We're just going to enjoy some practice runs while we get ready to go.
On the note of favorite engine packages from earlier, I agree with you on the JZ for drifting, but instead of a 2J, I like the 1.5. I don't know why. The 1.5Js just hit better for me in terms of sound. For daily driving, the 2.3 liter EcoBoost in the Mustang. It is, everybody sleeps on the EcoBoost because of them being a 4-cylinder Mustang, but they are surprisingly quick and punchy. Almost instantaneous torque. It just feels nice to drive.
And as we get ready to see our first set of battles come up here, gonna have a Venus leading out Yun. This is gonna be an absolute barn burner of a battle. These two have been throwing down all day. Some of the best lead runs we've seen and chase runs that we've seen came from both of these fellas.
Both of them putting some heat down. Both of them are really fast, really gripped up. Going to be interesting to see how the battle of angle plays out between the two of them.
To answer the question that I see there in chat from Chandler, I do not know the answer, to be honest with you. The track is just labeled as ESDA 2026 Open for the spring event. And it looks like it's a custom track. I've never seen this one before, so it might be a little bit of a fantasy. I don't really know.
Once I figure out, we'll let you know.
We'll get back to you on that. This is the layout that was done custom by Drift League. Here we go. Venus and Yun are to the line.
As we get ready to send them, they're going off to the start chicane. Yun right there. But Venus not really caring. He's just pushing at his pace, but Yun on his over the whole way through. Oh, Justice.
Yeah, no, I don't think that is Yun, is it?
No, it's Justice.
No, of course.
Justice coming off a little bit, and Venus really throwing a lot of angle at it, pushing out to the wall, dragging the wing. He might be the one to beat these open. He might have to beat himself. Venus versus Venus, top 16. Because both of those were technical and textbook. They both went back to pits. Oh.
Oh, yeah, no, it should be at Venus versus Yun. So that wasn't a battle.
It was a battle, just not an official one.
It was a run.
Well, we send them through the start gate now. Venus leading, Yun chasing. Ballsy initiation from Yun, trying to initiate right on Venus's bumper. Had to fall back a little bit, but worked his way back in and is just fighting, massaging that car back onto the bumper. A little tap on it, Venus. Another one. 3. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's Yun Chin Lao. Just swinging it around into that last outside zone. And Venus, not as deep as he would normally be, makes a little contact with the wall, tag it up to 6, but they finish the run clean. And it looks like Strup's mic isn't working again.
No, I'm here. I'm just multitasking. Somebody's messaging me about some mechanical issues that they're running into. So make sure to take care of business over on that end, because I get paid for that too. So
real. All right, I got you.
But yeah, we got Venus out in the lead here, putting on a very nice run. A couple of swipe bobbles there, but Yun in the chase position, just keeping it right there on the door through majority of the track. Obviously, there were some mistakes on both ends here. Nothing too crazy though, nothing too bad.
Yun was making a lot of contact.
Battle here, we might see a very close battle.
Yun was making a lot of contact in that first run.
Here we go. Lights are on. Drivers are going through the chicane. We'll see what Yun can do out in the lead. And Venus in the chase position now. Both drivers initiating in, and Yun with an incredibly quick initiation. Venus now catching up, though, trying to get it back onto the door of Yun. Putting the car in a weird position to get back to the pocket, but it does seem to play off for him as Yun in the lead. Putting a very clean run down here. Very nice line, very good angle, very good speed. Hitting all 3 of the boxes, but Venus not letting it shake him off at all. as he gets right back up into the perfect pocket. A little bit of contact there, but manages to keep it all safe, and across the line they both go.
And that was an interesting battle, to say the least. Venus was right on him from initiation and just kind of fell off. Right here, you can see he is pretty close, running lower angle just to keep up, but he is pushing. You can tell that he does not have all the grip he wants in his front wheels, because it looks like they are bobsledding out there. Pushing out to the edge of the track, really fighting to keep it at angle with Yoon while keeping on the door, but does not get shaken and just ends it with a kiss. As
Here we go, see what the judges have to say.
Judges have the check or their panel up on the board. Production team, make sure you add another wall counter, because the wall did catch him on that first. Thank you, kindly.
There it is. We got number 6.
Let's see if we can keep it in the single digits for the wall taps.
I hope so. We're doing pretty good so far.
Judges are really deliberating on this one.
Yeah, this is definitely a very close battle, so got to deliberate everything that you can. Make sure that you get the right call.
Oh, looks like we have the first judge vote in for Venus. Second judge for Venus, third judge for Venus. We have Venus going on unanimously.
That'll be our first driver onto the top 4. And we get ready to see the next battle of the top 8 to see who's going to meet him there.
We are most of the way through our lineup as we have Justas and Frederick pulling to the line.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a technical difficulty. Apparently, Frederick doesn't have a car in the server, so we're going to have to correct that quick, I think.
They said Frederick was doing a little too good. We had to give him a different car.
He's got to do it on
make sure he won't cheating. Yeah, no, we got to make sure he ain't cheating. Venus is next. Don't worry. He's the only one who got over a 90. We got to make sure he's not cheating. Put him in a different car.
Yeah, whoever makes it to the finals, we're actually going to put in bone stock E36 sedans with a LSD.
No, that would be too easy for them. We're going to put them in the semaphore. They're going to make it. They're going to have to do this with the start light.
I almost think the start light would be easier because that's at least on good physics.
I didn't mean this start light. Pick a random one. The OGP start light.
That one's on VDC physics. That one's very, very good to drive.
Yeah, no.
And the OGP one is very hooked up. You can get some very good laps in that thing.
The OGP one, I'm literally always spinning in.
You know,
I can't even make a turn.
We've done laps on them before.
I've done it in the EF one. I've done it in Garage, or in the one for Garage. I've done it in this one, but not the OGP one. Base settings are just weird. But it is fun. Honestly, I would probably pay to watch a competition of nothing but start lights.
I would not. I'd be bored within the first 2 minutes.
To see 2 start lights making a smoke trail and trying to put the edge of the light right at the edge of the track. Or setting it up so that you have to shoot a gap with the lights in drift.
Well, it looks like just for the time being, so that we can get everything figured out for Frederick, we're going to move on to the battle between Sharif and Kalin.
If they decide they want to show up. Yep. We have both of them pulling around to the line. Sharif scrubbing in his front tires. Colin just pulling up straight to the line, ready to walk. As they fire off to the start chicane. Colin, big initiation. Sharif, a little bit of a handbrake pull just to get it out to angle, but really just sticking it right there on the floor. Just hold it right there. Colin throwing angle, absolutely leaving all of the angle on the floor. Not having any left as he comes to that last outside, wrapping it around on the floor. But Sharif will not be shaken, stays on the door the whole way.
It sounds like we're having a little bit of audio issues from Faust right now. Not too sure what's going on there. Sounded like the guy was underwater. But we're going to go over to Spawn's FPV point of view here, see what we got going on. Just going to appreciate this run for a second here. That RTR Mustang out in the lead, getting all the way out to the track edge. But again, we talk about these Supras. They're quick. They are pretty much the weapon of choice. However, sometimes they do become a little bit too quick, as we saw there, diving up the inside of the track, having to check up to not cause a collision there. Kudos for not murdering your lead driver. Oh, but it looks like Venus is, at the end of that run, was just hanging out there. So, let's switch them around. Let's see what these guys can do the other way. I don't know. We might have a situation where that might end up being another rerun, because I believe Sharif was supposed to... Oh, nope, Sharif is in the lead here. Okay, so we did switch him around. Muhammad out in the lead, Kalin in the chase. Muhammad with a very nice initiation, but Kalin right there the entire way. Looks like maybe even a little bit of a tire to the door there. Nicely done from the chase position. As Muhammad transitions, going up to this inside clip here, right where he needs to be. Brings the car all the way out to the edge of the track there. Not as much angle as we've seen from him for that inside clip, but Kalin right behind him there, keeping the car in the pocket right where he's got to go. As they now come into the last zone, and Kalin with some very precise driving, getting right up onto the door without causing any kind of contact, and they go across the line. Let's check this out from Spawn's POV and the FPV drone cam. Muhammad a little bit wavery up there in the lead, but Kalin not fazed by it, keeping the car right there, close proximity the whole way around the track. A lot of left foot brake from Muhammad to massage that A90 into the zones. Kalin not letting it upset his line or his momentum at all, though. And there they go across the line. See what the judges have to say here. We're going to slide him left for Muhammad, slide him right for Kalin. And it's a very quick, unanimous decision. Colin Gabriel taking the win here over Muhammad. We're going to see Colin go into the top 4 here. Now, I believe because of Frederick's car issue going on, we're probably going to go to Una and Zadrunas, I believe. Can't verify 100% yet. We'll wait until we see the graphic come up on screen, but I think that's where we're going to go to next here.
I spent all of that time talking smack only to have mic issues. Should be back now, though. As we have Una and Stadrunas pulling up to the line. This is my fantasy battle for the day. Both of these two are super fast, super gripped up, throwing a lot of style, a lot of angle at it. Interesting to see who's going to come out on top between the two of them. As the lights extinguish and we start to send the driver, Zadrunas in the chase, Una in the lead. Una throwing a big initiation, but Zadrunas holding his own a little bit further back. Now Una cancels. Una back to the pit. Looks like it's a restart.
And it looks like it is going to be a restart here.
Now with both of the drivers having been through that first corner, seeing what the other driver is going to do, I feel like they're going to put down something with wheels on it. As they throw in and fire into the first corner, Una, no games played, throws big entry, but Zadrunas is right there. Slow rolling on transition, but really pushing it up into that back quarter. Una throws a lot of angle at it. Just pushing out to that last zone, filling it, and it's a bump. We've seen more punts today than we've seen wall taps. And the real question will fall to whether, with the judges' telemetry, if Zadrunas was at fault for coming in too hot or whether Una was just checking up a little bit too much.
Yeah, we'll have to see what goes on here. Watching this run back here, just making sure that I'm seeing what I think that I'm seeing up here in the drone cam perspective. I will say that transition there, just very aggressive from the chase position. Almost a little bit too aggressive, I think, though. However, hard to say if that C6 Corvette was holding its momentum there with Una.
It looked like
those times where I wish we had telemetry.
It did look like the Corvette Una was just on foot brake. Transition and instantly went on left foot brake.
Yep, now here we go, though, as we've got Una now chasing down the Zadrunas. Here we go, transitioning through to this next outside zone. A little bit of a space between the two of them, about half of a car distance, but Una going to go ahead and try to reel that in here. As we now come out to this outside zone, very nice placement from Zadrunas in the A80 up there. Una having to put the car right into that pocket, getting as close to the door as he can there. Oh, and a little bit of a wall tap across the line there from Zadrunas.
Lucky number 7.
That is lucky number 7 right there.
And Zadrunas was on a tear for that one. Una was a little bit further back and really having to fight and work his way back into it. But he managed to reeling in just enough to stay active and put it on the door right towards the second half of the course. He was pulling a lot of angle in a few spots just to keep up, but Zadrunas did not care. He kept it in one piece, kept it together. And yeah, it looks like Zadrunas just dragged the wall a little bit too much. Still made it over, but...
Oh, and there it is. Quick and easy call. Yuna going to go ahead and get the advancement over Zadrunas here. So unfortunately, Zadrunas going out.
Just pushing a little bit too hard.
Does, however, mean that we've got our first battle lined up in the top 4. It's going to be Colin Gabriel going up against Yuna. Now, we do have to wait and see what's going on with Frederick here. They've got to try to get the car situation sorted out for him so that we can get him up for his battle. Frederick will be going against Justice. So I think we're going to probably go to a small commercial break here. We will be back as soon as we can get them to the line.
What you mean? I'm a drink, motherfuckers, I'm coming clean. On your way, got my cat, nigga be driving on real bad. Searching for another motherfucking weakest nigga, so what's your bigger? Fuck that bullshit, cause I'm about to pull a fucking trigger. What you mean? I'm a drink, motherfuckers, I'm coming clean. On your way, got my cat, nigga be driving on real bad. Searching for another motherfucking weakest nigga, so what's your bigger? Fuck that bullshit, cause I'm about to pull a fucking trigger. What you mean? I'm a drink, motherfuckers, I'm coming clean. On your way, got my cat, nigga be driving on real bad. Searching for another motherfucking weakest nigga, so what's your bigger? Fuck that bullshit, cause I'm about to.
All right, and we are back from that short break. Now we are going to finally bring you the last battle of our top 8. It's going to be Justice leading out Frederick Blockus. A little bit of Corvette on Toyota action here.
And will Frederick be able to keep his nickname by the end of the day? Good question. We've got both drivers at the line. Looks like both are ready to go. And this will be our last battle of our Great 8 before we go into our Final 4. As we're just waiting for the start light to get here. And it looks like we are just about ready to go. We have Frederick in the chase. We have Justus in the lead. Justus choosing to line up pretty far back. As the lights extinguish and we send them off through the chicane. Justus, big initiation. Frederick was not ready for all of that. Justus hanging it out there through the first outside zone, filling off the second outside zone and the third. Justus having to cut a little bit of line to work it back in, pushing it back and reeling in on the door. Justus just rock steady out front, lock to lock, holding it all the way there, massaging it out to the wall. But Frederick, unshakable, unflappable.
Yeah, very good run there from both of these guys as we take it over to the drone POV. Take a look here, see how this run played out. Very aggressive initiation out in the lead there from Justus as Frederick has to reel him back in as a result. Probably wasn't expecting such a big, heavy flick, but he does a very good job of recovering in the chase. Justus putting on a pretty good lead line out there. Frederick does have to move the car back into the pocket a little bit. Ends up getting his way there. On that transition, does get kind of thrown off a little bit. I think he put the car where he didn't need to for a second there. Of course, having to correct that so he doesn't cause any kind of contact, and across the line they go. Here we go. Both of these drivers are back at the line, ready to go, and the lights are off. Away goes Frederick out in the lead in the GT86. Justus chasing him in the C6 Corvette. Big initiation from Frederick, but not as close to that inside clip as we saw from Justus. And transition through to outside zone number 2, and oh, Justus exceeding the track a little bit there, while Frederick does put the car on track edge. Justus having to catch up here. Now Frederick dropping a little bit of tire, but keeps it going, keeps the momentum happening. Now they transition on through here. Up onto the wall here, trying to hang the wing over the wall, and across the line, both drivers go.
And
there we go. Oh, no. Frederick, you tried, dude. You tried for the 360, and it just didn't work.
And Frederick, after seeing that initiation from the first run, he knew he had to come out and put up something special and really threw all the angle he had in his bag of tricks. Really just pushing on a hater throughout this whole course. And Justus had to really play it down a little bit just to keep it in there. He was able to really get into the pocket throughout most of that run. Just had some difficulties here and there.
See what the judges have to say on this one here. Honestly, I think they're probably going to be pretty quick with this call. But I could be wrong. There may be more to this run to look at than what I was seeing there in the replays.
These do seem like the types of battles, especially with this being the last of the top 8. And one of these drivers potentially going into the podium. Gotta be sure.
Still waiting on a call to come in from the judges here. Definitely taking a lot longer than I could say I would have expected with some of the mistakes that were made, but there are also maybe some minor mistakes. Obviously, they've got the telemetry. We do not. Maybe they're seeing some extra stuff on their end that they've got to talk about and look over.
Maybe they're seeing something that we don't. Maybe they saw a little bit of contact somewhere.
Maybe they saw a leprechaun out in the field.
Who knows? They could have seen Barbara.
Maybe they're playing poker just like, oh, wait, here we go. And we've got a decision. 3 judges going right for Frederick will be getting the advancement here.
And with that, we are finished with our final battle of the top 8. All we have left now is our final 4. 3 more battles to decide who will be the victor. As we get our next set of drivers up to the line, we have Yuna and Edvinas and Colin.
All right, as we go from one great battle to another here.
We have Edvinas in the staging area, ready to go.
Oh, it looks like we're going for Yuna and Colin first.
Oh? I want to see how this is going to go. I think I'll just sit right here. As it looks like both of the drivers are getting ready to pull over to the line. No. I don't think they know what's going on.
I think they're trying to figure out who exactly they're getting to run when.
I thought it was Edvinas.
Yeah, I think that I think that we're just having some confusion here because I see Colin and Frederick in the one chat. I see Venus and Yuna in the other chat, and neither one of them are with their correct competitors. So a little bit of confusion going on here. We're not too sure, but it does look like yes, it is going to be Yuna and Colin coming to the line to face off first.
And to answer the question in chat, yes, you could technically join the next round. Keep an eye out for when the next open is. As we get both of our drivers to the line, ready to go. We are almost through these battles. 3 more, and we will have our winner crowned. The lights extinguished. We're getting the drivers off. Colin in the lead. Unit in the chase. Slow initiation came from Colin in the lead, but Yuna is right there on the door. Little falling back for the traction, but goes right back in after the switchback. Tucked in, right out of the smoke line, just pushing all the way through. Colin filling all of the zones. Yuna filling all of the doors. There is no gap in between them. Couldn't fit a credit card in there.
Yuna, definitely one of the most prominent chase drivers that we've got on the grid here today. Coming out here showing exactly why that is the case. But Colin up in the lead there, showing how that RTR maneuvers around this track. Both of these guys putting on a really good show here for us as we go to the view from the FPV drone courtesy of Spawns. Beautiful initiation there, but chase driver just not being shaken up at all there. Putting that C6 Corvette exactly where it's got to go between every single one of those transitions. Very close in the pocket is Yuna. Kalin just not able to shake him at all, but Kalin out front. In order to have a good chase run, you got to have a good lead, and Kalin is giving exactly that, and a little bit of a love tap over the finish line. But now we're going to go back to the start line. We're going to switch them around, see what happens the other way.
Yuna Bakshis to take the lead.
Here we go. Yuna out in front. Kalin in the chase position, and then RTR Mustang. Yuna very nice on that first inside clip, but now Kalin giving a return for what Yuna gave him in the first half of the battle here. Putting that Mustang right where it's got to go. Kalin just perfect on these transitions, but Yuna in the lead, taking the car all the way out to the track edge. Very nicely done in that C6 Corvette, getting all the zones, fully fulfilling them. And now Kalin on the last corner here, surging up into the pocket, trying to put it on the door. And across the line they go. That might be the closest good battle that we've had all day.
And for Kalin being that on a rope, it felt like he was just being led around by a swing truck. That was a beautiful line. Kalin just put the exclamation point on it. Right after that first jump, he tucked into the pocket and did not leave. Did not give him space to breathe, just let him transition and said, I'm right here. Filling all of that zone, even there with the angle difference, some contact to hold that car back and then park it right back in the pocket. Again, that is going to be difficult to call. I do not envy the judges in this situation. As Colin gets the win unanimously quick.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of saw that coming. Kalin in the chase position, so much more stable than Yuna was, and a little bit of contact over the line from Yuna in his chase. Kalin going on to the final, but it's not over yet for Yuna. Gonna have to go against the loser of the next battle here for that third place spot.
As we get our next two drivers, Venus to the line and Frederick. This is going to be a battle for the ages.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I think we are going to have to go to a quick commercial break here while we wait for them to get Frederick set up. Maybe
here.
I see it. Venus is in. Is Frederick here?
Yeah, he's just behind the line.
Oh, perfect.
Right next to
all right. Good. We've got everything sorted out for Frederick.
Yeah. As we get everybody lined up and ready to go, we are going to enjoy our last battles of the day. With Venus in the lead, Frederick in the chase.
Answer the question in chat before this battle goes down. There will be more information on the next rounds closer to once we are done with the event, or head to the ESDA server. The full schedule is there, and on Instagram as well.
As the drivers fire off through the chicane. And Venus already getting punked off the course. That wall catches another victim.
Unfortunately, it looks like Venus just wasn't on throttle there.
It looked like he was trying to initiate still.
Yeah, I don't think there was any chance of him escaping.
I kind of want to see that replay back.
And I do believe this is one of those situations where that's going to put Frederick at a very big deficit, because you do have to give the right-of-way to the lead car on initiation. I do believe that we have a decel there, as drivers are allowed to use handbrake to initiate, so Let's see what happens here, though. Now, Frederick now to lead out Advenus. Advenus might be going straight to the final. We'll see. As Advenus sitting back a little bit. Gonna have to catch up to not be considered an inactive chase here. Or maybe this is a part of a strategy. Maybe Advenus doesn't want to win handed to him. Let's see what happens here. But Advenus is trying to catch up and looks like does start to make it happen towards the end. Oh, but he washes out. Trying to play catch up. Frederick with a very nice lead line out front there. And I think this is all going to come down to if they mark Advenus as an active or not.
That would be a very interesting turn of events. Especially considering Frederick was already initiated before Venus even got anywhere near the 3-2 on the count. Venus just was not in the fight for most of it. And I don't know if the judges would even be willing to consider this an active chase.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that based on some of the calls earlier, that might be considered an active chase by Advenus. Maybe throw in the run here? Not too sure.
It looks like they're both back at the line. Same positions.
Yeah, it looks like they are in the line for this run again. Guess we're running it back. Oh, judges panel is back up here. Oh, and it's going to be a full OMT. Okay, so yeah, they did deem that an active chase for Venus.
It looks like they're going to switch it back around and try this again. As the lights extinguish, we send them again. Venus leading, Frederick chasing. Can they clean it up? It looked like they might have had a contact. But Frederick is getting in the pocket. Really fighting to stay there, not trying to lose in the judge's hands, but he loses a lot of angle just trying to keep up with Venus. Venus filling all of the zones. And he just chokes up a little bit there. Wraps it around. They both get out to the wall. Venus throwing more angle at it, but Frederick not being shaken.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think as we go to the drone POV or replay camera here, I honestly think Venus might be at a little bit of a deficit here. There was a major tire drop from him out there in the lead. Going through, I believe it was outside zone 3 or 4. Frederick got very close to hitting Venus there, but it looks like they did keep it clean. They now transition through outside zone 2. Now Frederick did go a little bit inside here. Isn't holding as much angle. Let's see, is it right here that this happens? No, so yeah, it would have been zone 3. A little bit of a tire drop there from Venus, so maybe it's pretty even. Maybe it's a little bit even. There are quite a bit of issues there with the chase position. We'll switch them around here. We get Frederick out in the lead position, Venus in the chase now. We wanted excitement. We asked for it. We're getting it here. Frederick to lead out Venus, maybe for the last time before we go to the third place battle, initiates in. Venus very aggressive in the chase position, putting it right on Frederick's door, almost wheel to wheel. Now transitioning through. Beautiful transition from Venus. Oh, and there's contact. And Venus going to over-rotate and have to shut it down. Oh, no! And Venus shutting down the car. Your number 1 qualifier, unfortunately, taking himself out here. Oh, you hate to see that. And the win is going to go to Frederick. Frederick is going to make his way on to the finals.
And Venus is such a good driver.
Oh, man.
loses, it's because of him taking himself out.
Yes, it is. It's one of the most common trends that we see with some of the top drivers in the sport, just taking themselves out. And unfortunately, it's going to bite Advenus right here. But Advenus, not done yet. You've still got a third place battle to fight for, buddy.
And I feel like him taking himself out is going to make him drive angry enough to really leave it all out there for the third place battle.
I think that we are in for an absolute heater of a podium battle here.
The last two battles are always the hot. As we have Advenus and Yuna for third place and Frederick versus Colin for the first and second place battle.
All right. Go ahead, get Advenus on some fresh tires here and get these guys to the line. I gotta say, I'm getting really excited now for these last two sets of battles, but we're gonna have Advenus leading out Yuna, two of the most prominent cars on the field. And these guys are gonna go insane out there. Unfortunately, my prediction of Advenus going to the final just got thrown away, so he must have heard me say that and been like, you know what? Nah, I'm going to take out Frederick so that you can't say that anymore.
But Advenus goes off firing big initiate. You know, not shaken by it though, sticking it right in the pocket. On the switchback, they both fill that second outside zone. You're going to miss it in the third, but Advenus dropping a tire in it. They're really heating up the course for this final battle between the two of them. Just pushing. Advenus throwing big angle, really massaging that car. Strikes again.
Yeah, that wall counter needs to go up to 8 now. Production team, we're behind a little bit here. Here we go. We go back to the Spawn's FPV point of view here. We'll watch this back and see what's going on.
Can I just say that was a ballsy initiation from Yuna to go that close to the bumper.
I think that Yuna knows that Venus is a driver that you can trust in the lead position. And Venus goes out there, throws down with whatever he's got every single time. No safe runs. It's the perfect kind of thing. It's one of the things that I'm trying to get my drivers to start doing. No safe runs. You go out there, put it all on the table, make it happen, unless you can guarantee a win by not doing exactly that. So we'll switch him around here. We'll see if Venus can trust Yuna out in the lead position. Here we go. Lights are on. But Venus getting a little bit of a jump here, maybe thinking Yuna's going to run away. Big flick from Yuna out in the lead, and Venus mashes it in the chase position, massages that 180SX up to the door, transitioning through to that second outside zone. Very nicely by Yuna out in the lead, and an aggressive, snappy flick back around as they bring it out to outside zone number 4 now. But Venus right there, putting it right up to the side of that C6. Last transition here as we come to the wall. Venus falls back, but pops right back up into the pocket. And now C6 playing a little bit of runaway, but Venus not going to let it stick. What a run. That was beautiful. Now, I do just want to remind everybody watching at home, with the third place battle, that will be announced with the podium afterwards. So if there is a decision, we'll have to wait for that here. Yeah. What do you think, Faust? I think that was probably one of the best barn burners other than the end of the first half.
I feel like that could have been so much worse. They were flirting with disaster throughout most of that run. And I'm surprised they managed to hold the claim. There
is a decision. We're going on to the finals here. So So that third place winner will be announced at the podium ceremony. But we're going to take it to the finals. We've got Colin Gabriel to take on Frederick Blockus.
Now this one, I feel like it's going to be an absolute barn burner.
These guys have made it all the way through the event. They made it through qualifying 32, 16, 8, 4. Here they are. They're meeting in the finals. Mustang on GTA 6. Just like Drift Masters today, we've got an RTR versus an HGK kid at GTA 6. Art mirroring real life.
I called that there was going to be a Mustang on the podium.
Where there is a Mustang about, there is a podium to be grabbed. Let's see what these guys do here.
As they fire off through the start chicane. A little timid through the chicane, but big initiation from Colin, just launching it off. But Frederick will not be shaken, pushing his way back in, just massaging that car back into place. Really working his way up onto that quarter panel as Colin throws a hefty amount of angle at it just to make sure he gets around, really looping it back in and just working his way back out onto the wall. Textbook.
Oh man, what a start to this finals battle here. Frederick and Colin just putting on an absolute show here. We take it to the spawns FPV cam. Take a look at this first run. A little bit of a gap out of the start, but Frederick does manage to bring that car back up to the side of that Mustang. Has to sacrifice a little bit of angle to do it, but making it happen here. Up in the lead though with Colin, just so nice, so stable, keeping that car at angle, keeping the momentum up, making every bit of a move that he needs to take this thing home. But will it be enough? So the second half of this battle to decide everything. And we're going to switch them around here. We've got both drivers to the line ready to go. Will this be the last time? Will we see them go again? We're about to find out. Frederick Blockus to lead out Colin now in that RTR Mustang. Both drivers initiating on in. Frederick very aggressive and snappy right out of the gate, but Colin putting that Mustang right on the door of Frederick. Transitioning through to outside zone number 2, still right there. And oh, what an aggressive bumper-to-bumper transition from Colin in the back there. As Frederick does drop a little bit of a tire in that 4th outside zone, now wrapping it around that inside clip. Outside zone 5 could have been a little bit deeper in the lead position, but Colin in the chase, wheel to wheel without taking out the lead driver. Talk about aggressive. Across the line they go, and we get a 720. We got a 720 from Frederick Blockus to round out the night. Oh my God, does it get any better than this, guys?
And that was such a wild run. That is probably one of the best chase runs I have seen. He initiated on the bumper, stuck it in the pocket, and just said, I'm here. I don't care where you're going. I'm staying right here. Plugging away, pushing it into the door. No left foot braking out of him. Which, how are you doing this without... Oh... And that last corner, he just wraps it right in, says, ding, ding, ding. I'm here.
Possibly one of the most exciting runs in the chase position that we have seen all day. Absolutely killer. Coming out, showing some dominance in the chase position. And it looks like we probably do have a decision here, folks, so we'll see. Was it enough? Did Frederick take out Colin? Did Colin take out Frederick? There is a decision. We're going to bring them all together for a podium ceremony here. First things comes to first. We're going to go ahead and announce the winner of your third place battle.
All right.
We got them all lining up here coming to the start. Oh, and it looks like the Mustang is up. Oh my God, they flipped the RTR.
He flipped himself with that one.
All right. Let's see what these guys got going on here. They're positioning themselves, getting ready. They're doing
They'll
some,
figure it out
are
eventually.
they doing reverse runs right now? Or okay, no, we are positioning ourselves just under the banner. I was worried that Advenus and Colin were getting ready to do a backwards run.
Feel like they could pull it off.
Oh man, here we are. We're here. It's been a long day. It's been a long time. Coming up on just short of about 10 hours in total between qualifying all the way to the finals.
Is it
And
really 10 hours?
welcome to the booth, the one, the only, initial die, Harold McKinney.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, DK. Thank you, Strap. Y'all did a phenomenal job out here today commentating. No, we brought you guys in a little bit last second, but I mean, you guys did phenomenal today. I don't know. Do y'all want to do the honors and announcing the winners, or do y'all want me to announce the winners?
I think it would be super meaningful to these drivers to hear it directly from the big man himself.
I was gonna say we could rock paper scissors for it, but yeah, here we go. I don't waste too much of everybody's time here. First place. I said first place. Let's start with third place. Third place, we got Yuna will be coming in third place. Congrats to him getting third place. Also, congrats to Ed Venus. Yeah, Ed Venus also with fourth place. I mean, both of those, actually, all four guys got spots locked into the major. So, and also all four drivers will be winning prizes as well, and I'll be telling them what they win after we do the first place announcement here. So, with further ado, coming in first place, we have Matache Callan coming out for your first ESDA Open winner. Congrats, man. Congrats. And we got second place with Frederick Blockus. I hope I'm easy with messing
It's
up
Blockus. Yeah, we always call him Blockus. The Block Man.
But yeah, I'm happy to see him in that GT86. I guess the buff to the car definitely helped with putting that V8 in there. But yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, congrats to all four guys. First place will be getting $100. Second place is $50. Third place is $30, and fourth place is $20. Also, SSO will be getting top three, 100% discount for first, 50% for second, and 25% for third. And also, DnD is giving out 4 Nabari flags. So each driver that got top 4 will be getting a flag to hang up in their room, or if you want to put it up at the track, hey, that'll work like that as well. So, but yeah, I just want to give a quick quick ending shout out to the sponsors from DnD, man. They've been honestly phenomenal with providing us stuff. The interior packages for the car pack. I also want to thank Rennspec for also helping out. I'll also be doing something big with them here next month. I have that announced coming soon. Who else am I missing? It's been a long day, but Drift League. I also thank Drift League with introducing their app with us today. A little bit of more working to do with it, but I think today was a phenomenal start. But yeah, drivers, feel free to give them any feedback as possible to help improve it. I'm getting a lot of echo through my laptop here. Also, AEU, they're a first year sponsor. We're looking to work with them with doing more of tournament hosting on their site as well. Got big things planned for them with them as well. Gripped Up, first year as well. They've been doing amazing things over there with their website. If you're looking for anything mod based, be sure to go check them out. And we also have Vosan as well, with mods as well. And I mean, one of the drivers just took home first place today. So Firman Power Equipment, we got a prize with them coming up pretty soon as well for an event down here coming later this year. But I thank them for their continued support, and also Next Level Racing as well. If you guys looking to get a capture a sim rig, and I'd like to thank JR as well for the stream. He started last year, but he's been improving from this last year to this year. Now he's been way big improvement. So definitely like to thank him. And also, yeah, I mean, I'd like to thank Strep from OGP from coming in and commentating, and also DK from EF. Two great comps, ran by two great organizers. So yeah, be sure to catch them in their next comp as well. Enough of me yapping. I'm gonna let these guys close it out here and let everybody get to the rest of their day.
All right, Harold, thank you so much for coming in and doing the honors there. I'm sure these guys appreciate hearing it directly from the boss man himself. Nobody can tell the information better than you can there, since you have it and we don't anyway. So huge props to Colin for taking it all the way from the 32 to the win like that. That was such a dominant performance today. Of course, none of these other guys anything to write off. Frederick, been amazing all day. We've seen you compete in so many different competitions. Absolutely killing it out there. Of course, at Venus, I'm very familiar with him over at OGP. Very hard competitor to face. And Yuna, absolutely killing it in that C6 to take home that third place spot on the podium.
And all of the drivers who showed up today came out and put down absolute barn burners. A few of the guys didn't get the results that they were expecting, but everybody came out to put on a show. Everybody did their thing. Couple little bobbles here and there, but we managed to keep the wall counter to under 10.
We got very close to double digits at the end there, but we stayed under 10. So you guys did a really good job of not, ending up in the wall, Adam LZ Manoa style. We had one Adam LZ Manoa style, but that's okay. One is better than 10.
No. One is better than none in most cases.
Very true. But that's going to wrap everything up here for the 2026 ESDA Spring Open. So thank you to everybody who stuck it out all the way to the end. Thank you to all the drivers who showed up. Thank you to all the great sponsors. And Faust, thank you for being in the booth with me. This was a very fun time.
I enjoyed being here with you as well, Mr. Strep. We will have to do this again sometime.
That we shall. But for now, guys,